is over.
ಬಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅದೇನಾದ್ರು ವೈಫ್ಗೆ ಇದಾಯ್ತು. ಮತ್ತೆ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತು? ಇವಾಗ್ಲೇ ಹೋಗಿದ್ ಕೆಲ್ಸ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಹೋಗಿದ್ದು ಏನೋ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
A very good evening, one and all. Uh, we will be starting this 6 days faculty development program in next 2 to 3 minutes. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor would be joining in. Dr. Sunita, I've shared the link with VC sir. He'll be joining in a minute or so. And as soon as he joins, we can begin. My very humble request to all esteemed members to please keep themselves on mute as long as they don't have any question to ask. Whenever there is something which they have to ask as per the esteemed resource person, they will give us the opportunity. A very humble request to all to keep themselves on mute, please, during the course of the FTP. Thank you. Dr. Sunita, VC sir will be joining in a minute or so, and we will start accordingly.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, Director Dr. Sagar Gulati, esteemed deans, heads of the departments, distinguished speakers, faculty members, and dear participants. On behalf of JAIN deemed to be university, it's my honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to the inaugural session of this AICTE ATAL sponsored 1 week FDP on next gen innovation, AI blockchain, and AR/VR metaverse for digital excellence, organized by the Department of Computer Science and IT, JAIN deemed to be university. This FDP is a reflection to our unwavering commitment to academic excellence and technological innovation. Over the next 6 days, we will embark on a transformative journey exploring cutting-edge advancements in AI, blockchain, and AR/VR, fostering new perspectives and unlocking immense opportunities in the metaverse-driven digital revolution. We are happy to share that this FDP has attracted 362 participants from 102 AICTE approved institutions representing 16 states across the India. Our participants come from diverse academic and professional backgrounds spanning various disciplines includes engineering, science, management, commerce, arts and sciences, and humanities. This creates an extraordinary platform for collaborative learning, interdisciplinary exchange, and thought leadership. This program is not just about acquiring the knowledge. It is about learning, unlearning, and relearning, a mindset essential for navigating the fast-paced digital transformation. We are privileged to have with us eminent speakers and experts who will enrich our understanding, inspire new ideas, and provide practical insights into artificial intelligence, blockchain, and AR/VR in metaverse. To begin today's session on a positive note, let us invoke the blessings of the Almighty with a soulful prayer song.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गानचतुराय गानप्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसि गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय तुल्यप्रवराय गुरवे कुलगुरवे गुरुदैवतलब्धे आराध्याय गुरुपुत्रपरित्रात्रे गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमस्ताय गोचयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you for the beautiful and heartfelt rendition. Now, to formally commence this FDP, it's my privilege to invite our esteemed director, Dr. Sagar Gulati, a visionary academic leader, institution builder, and expert in education technology. Dr. Gulati has made remarkable contributions in academia, research, policy formulation, accreditation, and emerging technologies. His leadership as a strategic advisor to the World Bank-sponsored STRIVE project, his role as founding director of Terry Technology Business Incubator, recognized by the Ministry of MSME, Government of India, and his numerous advisory positions in industry and academia, making him a driving force in shaping the future of education and innovation. His accomplishments in artificial intelligence, distributed systems, and wireless networks, along with numerous research publications and government-funded projects, have had a profound impact on academia and industry alike. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sagar Gulati to share his insights and set the context for this faculty development program. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunita. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Raj Singh, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Ram, co-coordinator and the coordinator of the 6 days FDP sponsored by AICTE ATAL initiative. All wonderful members who have joined from different parts of the country. It was very overwhelming to know the participation from so many institutions, so many state and so many wonderful brains who have come together for this. At the outset, I would love to acknowledge the efforts and initiatives of AICTE. I think it's a wonderful way to connect different academicians from different parts of the country. I appreciate my team, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Ram, for working out a wonderful resource persons for this FDP. I was going through the resource person, a wonderful blend of very renowned academicians, the industry resources, some global speakers as well. So thanks to AICTE for creating such a wonderful platform. I think we all acknowledge without much of the context how important AI, blockchain, AR, VR, metaverse, the time that we are living in, how this technology landscape is being integrated, being weaved into the academic system. And we all are very, very closely associated with all the developments, the student demands, the student exposure to so many latest tools and technologies. I think it is very important for us as educators to, it's a very tough competition, but we have to keep ourselves on the toes to ensure that we are really able to contribute the way the expectation of the student community is. And with daily advancement of AI, generative AI, it was last week only when we heard the new name in this era, which is DeepSeek, and the entire ecosystem of evolution of technology became open source. The monopoly of NVIDIA, the chat GPT and all similar platforms, tools, technologies, and companies, it is also getting a hit. And what started with some billions of dollars, I think yesterday there was a news that one university professor came up with a model which took 450 US dollar to create, and they're claiming it is equally powerful. So that is how the democratization of technology is taking place. Uh, I am sure this FDP will be a very enriching, very learning, unlearning, relearning experience for all the educators. The timing is, I think you all have a good long day, good tough day, and after that long day, you all become a part of it is really praiseworthy. 227 country. Uh, my only request is let's be participative. We all know that there are some rules and regulations which have been set by AICTE pertaining to attendance and the assessment that we all have to qualify at the end of the FDP. I request, expect, appeal to all the participants to be attentive, make notes. There are some very, very good, very, very renowned professors, academicians, industry resources, global speakers who have consented to be the resource person for next 6 days. I'm sure my colleagues will handle it the best to their capabilities, and I'm sure after 6 days we all will have a better understanding and better exposure to technology and the better ways to engage the learners in the classroom and beyond the classrooms as well. With this, I extend best wishes to the organizing team, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Ram, and all the support staff who are working very closely with them, Dr. Prabhakaran, couple of students, Naveen Jain, and everybody, Dr. Preeti. I wish you all good luck and please conduct it in the best possible way. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati, for your profound insights and for laying the foundation for what promises to be an inspiring and impactful FDP. Now, we are truly honored to have with us our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, a renowned educationist, researcher, and strategic leader with a notable career spanning over 44 years. Dr. Singh's expertise in higher education transformation, strategic finance, and NEP implementation has been instrumental in shaping innovative university models, integrating research, real-world projects, and global collaborations. His leadership aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, driving excellence in academia. His contributions as Pro-Vice Chancellor at Amity University, Noida, Director General of Amity Business School, and Head of ICFAI Business School, IBS, New Delhi, along with his distinguished service in the Indian Air Force from 1981 to 1994, reflect his commitment to nation building through education. He is a TEDx speaker, industry consultant, and faculty mentor to over 7,000 educators. Dr. Singh's impactful work has earned him prestigious accolades, including the Peter Drucker Memorial Award in the year 2020 and the Lost Excellence Award for Educational Governance in the year 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is an honor to welcome Dr. Raj Singh sir to inaugurate this prestigious AICTE ATAL FDP. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita, for those very generous introduction. Dr. Sagar Gulati, the organizing team, and distinguished lineup of speakers from all over the world, as was mentioned. All the participants, I can see now it's over 225 from almost all the states of the country. Welcome everybody, and congratulations to all the organizing team for putting this development program together. I also thank AICTE for sponsoring and supporting this program. Over 6 days, I'm sure a range of issues will be discussed. If you look at change which has been happening in last 10 to 15 years, education has been no exception. In fact, we just took assessment of our own involvement in the changes. In last 5 years, maybe last 3 years, we have received about 880 communications from University Grants Commission, all relating to some or the other change. And most of them are to be implemented from today and tomorrow. I mean, there's no lag time at all. Now, with this kind of change, it will be safe to say that whatever existed in education before 2020, nothing is applicable now. In such a scenario of rapid change, the only way is to train ourselves, to train our colleagues, the faculty, to almost reset the higher education landscape. And in that, the role of technology has been absolutely phenomenal. All these, in the title, if you look at AI, blockchain, AR, VR, Metaverse, they are the technologies which are making education not only reachable to the unreached, but also very, very exciting. With these technologies, it's almost possible to define any pathway, any specialization for the students, not only in online, but also in the regular programs. Because earlier we were limited by the availability of expertise in the professors, but now that limit has been removed because you can have access from across the globe from best of the teachers and professors. Therefore, with this kind of change, if you look at even the regulatory changes have also been very facilitative. You're aware that up to 40% contents can be delivered through online along with the face-to-face. This makes us think of a very different and unique structure emerging. You'll agree with me that in this kind of ecosystem, where students can have access to online content, they can study it from anywhere through any device, irrespective of the location. The role of face-to-face teaching in the campuses, I'm not saying it will eliminate, but it will definitely reduce. And we need to be very careful about deciding what interaction has to take place on the campuses. It has to be very profound. It has to be not theoretical, because theory is something which has been left to the students to study online, barring few lectures, which will also, according to me, will reduce over next 2 to 3 years. It should come to almost 30-35% theory, which will be taken care of by online contents available by the students. They need not come to the class. And therefore, it's not that online is replacing regular education. It's a question of blending the two, how each others are supported, that how regular activities on the campuses is supported by online contents, and vice versa. It also tells us a very important insight that whatever time is left through online study by the students should be very carefully planned and then should be pushed outside the classroom, where students can be on the field, undertake research-based, practice-based kind of assignments, and be with the industry, community, and the society, the users, and identify the problems, listen to them, and provide solutions. And this solution providing is the real issue, which will come only and only through innovation, which is present in the title very prominently, that how innovation is facilitated, and that to advance innovations, all of us need to focus on completing the innovation loop, because research per se doesn't mean anything if it does not lead to problem solving. It's a futile exercise. It's a exercise which only consumes resources, and if it does not lead to solutions, we will not be able to generate resources, and therefore it won't be sustainable. Number two, as an academic institutions, we need to contribute. We have a responsibility to contribute to the innovation system of the country, which is under huge demand. Today, the people in a country demand not only the solution to problems that are prevalent right now, but they also want us to predict the problems, to forecast the problems, and find solutions in advance. It's a very challenging assignment, but I'm sure unless academics and students together involved in this problem-solving process, we'll not be able to respond, and therefore will not be able to justify our reason for existence. The latest change has been when you not only you can't consuming the online content generated by somebody else, we also have an obligation to replenish and to update the contents of all the courses. And therefore, each one of us, I'm sure, at the end of this ATAL FDP, will have some idea how to develop MOOCs or online contents, online courses, because we to constantly not only replenish the existing contents, but also create new contents for new courses, which is needed to respond to the emerging environment of academy and industry. I'm sure the 5-6 days interaction, wherein I'll request each one of you to share your best practices and perspectives, interact as much as you can. Don't remain with doubt, and cite examples from your own institutions, and learn from each other. only then I'm sure it will be useful. And as was mentioned by Dr. Sagar Gulati, there's a galaxy of speakers lined up for this FDP, best of the talent from not only India but also abroad. I'm sure it's a golden opportunity for all of you to learn from them and imbibe in your teaching learning processes in whatever institutions we are there. I'm sure at the end of 6 days, we all will stand to gain, we all will stand to get enriched and learn new tools and techniques of developing contents which are better, richer, and more effective than they have been till now. Thank you, Dr. Sagar Gulati and Dr. Sunita and the entire organizing team for putting it together and inviting me to address all the participants. The numbers show that how successful it has been and how good the design is, because if the design is not good and you're not reached out to all the audience, I don't expect such kind of participation. 200, it's almost touching 250 now, and that too after a day's work. I appreciate the enthusiasm of each one of you. It only shows that how keen each one is for learning. So I wish you all the best. While I open the FTP, I also wish that it becomes highly successful. Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you, Dr. Raj Singh, sir, for your visionary address, inspiring insights, and unwavering support. Your leadership continues to guide and empower us in our pursuit of academic excellence and transformative learning. Now, to conclude this inaugural session, I now invite Dr. Ramkumar Krishnamurthy, co-coordinator of this FDP, to propose vote of thanks.
Good evening to all. Myself, Dr. Ramkumar Krishnamurthy, co-coordinator of this ATAL FDP. It is my honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of JAIN, deemed to be university, and the Department of Computer Science for this Computer Science and IT for this prestigious AICTE ATAL sponsored faculty development program on next gen innovation, AI, blockchain, and AR/VR Metaverse for digital excellence. First and foremost, my deepest gratitude to the AICTE Training and Learning Academy for their unwavering support and sponsorship in making this FDP a reality. Their commitment to faculty development and emerging technologies continues to play a pivotal role in shaping the future of education and research. A special note of appreciation to our beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh Sir, for his inspiring words, visionary leadership, and continued support in driving excellence in academia and technological advancements. Your insights have set the tone for a truly impactful FDP. I extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed Director, Dr. Sagar Gulati Sir, for his invaluable contributions, leadership, and commitment to fostering innovation, research, and industry academia collaborations. Your guidance has been instrumental in shaping the vision of this FDP. A heartfelt thanks to our distinguished dignitaries and eminent speakers. Eager to learn from your vast knowledge and experience in the upcoming sessions. A special acknowledgement to Dr. K. Sunita Ma'am, Professor and Head and Coordinator for this ATAL FDP, for her relentless efforts, meticulous planning, and dedication in ensuring the smooth execution of this program. Your leadership and hard work have been the backbone of this initiative, and we sincerely appreciate your commitment. A big thank you to all faculty members, participants, and attendees from 102 AICTE approved institutions across 16 states. Your enthusiasm and engagement are what make this FDP a meaningful and enriching experience. We are privileged to have such a diverse and dynamic group, and we look forward to vibrant discussions and knowledge sharing. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the organizing team, technical support staff, and volunteers for their tireless efforts behind the scenes, ensuring the seamless execution of this event. Once again, a big thank you to each and every one of you for being a part of this remarkable initiative. Wishing you all a highly productive and insightful FDP. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ramkumar, for your thoughtful acknowledgements and for recognizing the efforts of all those who made this FDP possible. Now, let me provide a brief overview of the session schedule for the next 6 days. Over the 6 days, we will explore the synergies, potentials, and challenges of next-gen innovation. This program is more than just a learning experience. It is a gateway to the future. Now, day 1, the session 1 is going to commence from 6:30 to 8 p.m. and session 2 from 8 to 9:30 p.m. And from day 2 to day 5, the session 1 starts from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. and session 2 from 7:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. On the last day, Saturday, 3 sessions are scheduled from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. and the session 1 commences from 2 to 3:30 and session 2 from 3:30 to 5 p.m. and session 3 will start from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. followed by valedictory address given by Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra, the registrar from JAIN deemed to be university. Followed by the valedictory address, there is an online test and feedback from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. So with this brief overview, let us embrace this opportunity to learn, unlearn, and relearn as we embark on this inspiring journey into the future of AI, blockchain, and Metaverse for digital excellence. Thank you one and all for joining us. Now, I request all the participants to switch on your videos for a group photo so that in a couple of minutes, we are going to start our session 1 on the future of innovative technologies. I request all the participants to switch on your videos for the group photo. Please make a note for this inaugural session. No feedback link will be shared. After each and every session, feedback link will be shared at the end of the session. I request all the participants to fill the feedback form and this will be active for about 20 minutes. This will be considered as your attendance.
Good evening, Sunita Madam. Congratulations for
Request all
organizing such a wonderful
participants
program.
to please switch on the video for a while. We'll take a group photo. All. Now let us begin the session 1 with an insightful discussion on the future of immersive technologies, an overview of AI, AR, VR, and blockchain in the metaverse for digital evolution. It's my privilege to welcome Dr. YVN Krishnamurthy sir, an eminent expert in artificial intelligence, extended reality, and geospatial technologies to our ATAL FDP. Dr. Krishnamurthy is a distinguished scientist from ISRO and currently serves as an adjunct professor at IIT Tirupati. He is a member of the board of directors at IIT Tirupati, focusing on positioning and precision technologies and holds key positions such as chairman, PAMC, Ocean Seas and Resources, Ministry of Earth Sciences, GOI, member of the governing body, and Research Advisory Council of INCOIS and member of the Kerala Urban Policy Commission, Government of Kerala. With a career spanning over 45 years, Dr. Krishnamurthy has made extraordinary contributions to remote sensing, digital image processing, and geospatial technologies for resource management, bringing these innovations to the grassroots levels. He has numerous national programs integrating geospatial data with conventional methods for developmental planning, monitoring, and impact assessment, thereby enhancing the governance and decision-making processes. In his career, he has held key leadership roles such as Director of NRSC, IIRS, and CSSTEAP UN Affiliated Center, Scientific Secretary at ISRO, Director at Antrix Board and NARL, Project Director for landmark initiatives such as the Integrated Mission for Sustainable Development Maharashtra and Space-Based Information Support for Decentralized Planning. As a director of NRSC, he was responsible for Earth observation satellite data acquisition, processing, and national level application programs. His work has supported critical areas such as urban and rural development, water management, disaster risk reduction, crop insurance, and GeoMGNREGA. As a senior professor at IIST, he contributed to the design, development, and launch of small satellites, payloads, and sensors, including the systems for Gaganyaan mission. Dr. Krishnamurthy is an accomplished academic and researcher with 208 technical papers, 280 technical reports, and 25 indigenous software packages to his credit. Supervision of 9 PhD scholars and organized 500 plus training programs benefiting participants at national, international, and local levels. He is a fellow of national, international professional bodies and has been recognized with numerous awards and accolades for his outstanding contributions to science, technology, and governance. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have Dr. YVN Krishnamurthy sir with us today. Please join me in welcoming him to share his invaluable insights with us. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, madam. I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. First of all, greetings to the JAIN University, specifically from the Computer Science and IT Department School, who has taken the lead, and also from Dr. Sagar Gulati, the Director, and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of JAIN University for their presence and gracing this occasion. And also all the participants who are across the country looking forward on the faculty development program initiated by AICTE, which is a great initiative. We're bringing together through online resources. And my way of understanding, or as you have heard from what is my background, and how did we early learn the machine learning algorithms, and how did we put on image processing to a larger extent. Few things I will touch, but I will tell to all the faculty members how the future is in terms of the applications, who needs it, all the tools, etc. That there are certain areas which are very new and which need to be addressed at the earliest, where you have a great opportunities. Because one, the government of India has given us the digital India, so that means all records are getting digital. And secondly, there are many policies which has been made to make the data open, because without the data being open, the deep learning techniques that cannot work well, because these are all data intensive. As we all know, for thousands of years, we had more of experimental science than we went into theoretical science. Then last few decades, we are in the computational science, and now it is a data intensive science. That means more and more data is available from various sources, including the IoTs. Everywhere we have a lot of sources of data. But how efficiently we can handle all this with multiple tools and techniques and the methodologies, and how effectively we can share predictively well before an event, and how early is the landmark for it. And also the government has given much of on the startup, ecosystem. So this is one area where, though the resource seems to be heavy, but there are now decentralized processing places where we can lease lines and then work on. And the recent Chinese thing also has shown, by going open source and also on online, offline, a different type of mechanism where we can reduce the time on the machine and reduce the cost drastically and make things much better. So first of all, I should thank for the JAIN University under this program to give me an opportunity to speak and share some of our experiences. Why I'm telling our experiences? Because in ISRO is always a teamwork, because we had different specialized people, both in software and also on themes of different natural resources, basically, to understand how we can appreciate a problem, what is the gap, and how do we solve the problem. So this is where, and these are all real-time problems, because there's nothing like a theoretical thing. It has to be applied and also has to be shown on the ground. So we had to be as near or precise the point what we are looking at. So we handle data mostly on the spatial domain. Okay, on the spatial domain, that's for the beginning. So every point has to be connected somewhere, either on the land or on the planets, wherever it is, as precise as possible, because that point relates to a group of people. If it is a building in which there's a community, or it is an individual farmer, or on a piece of land, a landless laborer depends upon it. So the direct relation we had to bring while doing any type of the processing, whichever tool or technique, which is a static tool or a tool which evolves itself and improve and evolves itself and improves to find a solution for that. Now I will be just sharing my presentation for the benefit of the people, colleagues here.
Everything's on mute.
Your screen.
Sir? Screen is not visible, sir.
No, I'm here.
Sir, any problem, sir?
No, I just going through, madam.
My voice also. No, off. Sir, from our side, we are sharing screen.
Okay, but unfortunately, that will be a
No
PDF.
problem, sir.
The file is
No
larger.
problem.
There are quite a few simulations you will be unable to see.
No problem.
Okay, but still,
If you
I
say
can.
next, we will move on to the next slide, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes. So, as already in the slide, there are quite a few essential technologies. What we talk about the big data, because we have quite an accumulation of the data, entire country and also in the world. But when we speak about any of these tools or technologies which is coming in, we have to be very clear on it. As we are a democratic society, the result, how it's going to impact the people. So we should be, you're all aware of certain terminologies called governance, good governance, because good governance also relates on to the type of requirements of the present and future needs also has to be ensured. Normally, when we talk about governance, we thought about a decision making and a process of decisions, whether they are implemented or not implemented. It is not so. It has a lot of extended value on which we have to look in. And India is one country where we have a three-tier of administration, because finally, whichever tool we use, finally has to be useful somewhere. And that is where we have both federal government and also the state and also the local governments. Local governments came into effect because of the constitution amendment. That means the people themselves can plan better and their financial resources are there. You'll be also surprised whether these key people can, from local bodies, how big projects they can fund. There are funding which is available from the local bodies too, which 15 years back I could get such funds from government of Chhattisgarh to implement similar type of project what we are discussing today. And the bottom in the red, which you see, there are so much of database, spatial database. When I'm talking about database, I'm talking about spatial databases, which has been generated with the help of industry and also with the academic institution and state government. Why state government is because the land belongs to the states in the system, in the democratic system here. The land belongs to the state. So the state is responsible for all the schemes, whereas the federal government makes policies and ensures any type of information or the funding made available for the state, and sometimes it's partial and sometimes full. At the end of the other, in the red lines, we can read on national geospatial policy, which was very closed. All the spatial maps actually that were restricted, but that the government has released them for the use of the people at large. And also the Digital India makes all information digitally made available. So the search engines can search through various sources and you can make your inferences drawn out of it. The next, please. And we also, while doing any of these activities, we also have to meet the sustainable development goals for no poverty, zero hunger, whether it's space technology or IT. We had to refer to which of these aspects of the sustainable development goals we are adhering to or we are supporting it, and how by with the technology we are making it transparent so that we are having the good governance, the implementation, whatever is it. That means the data has to be made open in terms of not only plans but also actions and the impacts what it is created at different levels. The next, please. Yeah, the next. Yeah, why I kept this India as a color composite. This is as an image where the red is the infrared. Okay, that's where you look at in the red color where the vegetation is there. We have a very heterogeneous state, and we have a lot of variability in the system where it becomes a challenge but also an opportunity to iteratively evolve our models to meet the requirements, because the heterogeneity and diversity which I was telling, because we have on side eastern Ghats, western Ghats, you may be thinking how it is relevant to AI. It is very much relevant, because whatever you are trying to do at one place, it may not be straightly you can adopt in another place in terms of when you talk about the land resources. It can be taxation, it can be insurance. For everything, there's a base from which we need to process and to get the accuracies in which we try to look for. So we are as an Indians, we are very blessed because we have sandy deserts, cold deserts, and we also have the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. Both are different because the continental shelves are different on either side. So that means the ocean resources are different, and also the type of deltas and the river systems, where the river length ratios are less in some places, whereas in other places it's relief length ratio is larger, where the floods doesn't happen so fast, but other places floods happen very faster. And we have a rain shadow region because you're all in Bangalore, so part of Karnataka also has a rain shadow region. You may have the Western Ghats creates as a barrier. So, and we have the monsoons variability almost up to 70% in the central part of the country, especially on the Buldana and other places in Maharashtra. So these are the type of complexities which you do have. The next place. And we have from remote sensing, because why I'm talking about remote sensing is there right from aerial photographs, which we used to use for a long time, which I was using for a very long time. And then we came the satellite images, but satellite images also has a lot of data, because not only in panchromatic in black and white, we have multispectral and also hyperspectral. and and spectra going from in a hyperspectral, when we talk about, that means for the same area at a time more than 250 images are there, so they're all digital. It's humanly not possible to process all these images for whatever the target you're looking for. It can be for agriculture, it can be for strategic defense, etc. So all these subjects are evolving with time. Well, initially we used to use multispectra, and on Earth, because of the atmosphere, we cannot use the entire electromagnetic spectrum, because there are places where there's an absorption and some places are scattering. So few windows of opportunity are available. Whereas on the moon, the entire spectrum can be operated to do the remote sensing of the moon. So we are talking about here a spatial images for each location is on the image. One pixel refers to a location on the land or the earth. The next, please. So here, this is an image, very high resolution data, but you have here many asymmetrical boundaries. They're not symmetrical. So to process on a machine, okay, and the water body and or the spread or the river bund itself or the parcels of the land, they're all not in a symmetry. They are uneven. So you have to do a different type of level of programming to handle such boundaries and map. And certain boundaries are very feeble. If you see on the right hand side, there are boundaries, but the boundaries are very feeble because of the background agriculture practices which is being done, or in different seasons, because each one has a different season. So the incidence angle, and these are all passive electromagnetic spectra. That means it based on the sun's elevation angle in which it intersects with the earth features, and how it reflects or how it scatters is what is being detected by the detectors on the and most of these detectors are in India. What we operate is push broom type of technology. So we have CCDs, and these are semiconductor based devices. So in semiconductor based devices, always along with the signal, there's also noise. So there's always efforts to understand how to reduce the noise and extract the information. This is very important whenever we are trying to go in a higher level processing, using any machine learning algorithms or deep learning algorithms. We have to know the source from which the data, from which data source from which the data is generated, from which we converted it into information. Because that error, anything creeps in at any early stage, will always get propagated. So we also should know how to make an error budget and how to control. Because most of the time in AI models, we go in iterative mode, presuming that we are reducing the error of classification of anything or labeling any aspect by reiteratively doing some statistical process. But already within the data, if there's a certain element of error, that we should understand. So every time, whenever you do any process, if you want to be really the best without any competition, you have to know the source. And whatever is it, any source, every source can have some errors. So that we have to keep in mind while applying any other statistical parameters or machine learning algorithms. The next, please. Certain things will have a type of features which also have a shadow, because they're all high resolution information. So shadow also is a background, but also shadow also helps in getting the heights, etc., that of the buildings which we can compute. There are algorithms where we compute the height of the buildings using the shadow. Sometimes we use the noise also as an inference to draw to draw some applications. The next, please. Yeah, we can go fast on the images. Yeah, this is something very symmetrical. So the land parcels are known, but the type of growth which is happening on with the pivot which is moving around, these all in semi-arid areas. That means how the crop grows. Where when you want to have a yield model, you have to use it for even for a small circle which you're seeing there. It will be different because the crop growth stages are different. So you will have situations on temporarily, the changes will be different from each one. And everyone looks for what is that crop, what is its strength, what is its yield probability, and what will be the production. And today, you may be aware in the country, we get from the satellite based and with certain statistical parameters 1 month before the harvest of 11 major crops, the statistics on the production are available for the government. That's where initially the satellite programs in the country are all focused towards agriculture in terms of crop acreage and production estimation. So there are sample based approach and boundary approach means the entire district data is analyzed. In the sample segment, only sample segments are analyzed, and statistically it is extrapolated for the district in understanding what is the yield and what is the production related. The next, please. These are all from Indian satellites. They cover entire globe. So then comes the other complexity. That means the satellites also look in the microwave region. Microwave region, when the wavelength is larger, it penetrates the ground. So this is in a C band what you're looking, and the soil moisture on different seasons. So the image wise, you'll not make much of inference. So we try to take from cornel reflectors certain ground elements on understanding what is the ground information on the soil moisture, and then we try to do the analysis for making for the entire area. So that means you are seeing something which normally we are not used to. Normally, most of the time we run algorithms on images which try to know, like a face or an animal or a flower, etc., that, and trying to do our analysis either on image processing or any other AI related. First we try it out on that, but when you try it on land, we should also know the interactions which happens. And you're all aware the NISR, the NASA and ISRO's collaboration satellite which is going to go, is called NISR. So that is on L band. So L and S band penetrate more because the wavelength is more larger than the C band what you're looking at here. So this multispectra information, when you go, penetrates more. At what stage that interaction is happening or the scattering happening is an important parameter to understand what is the data which you are trying to retrieve. The next, please. I'm just trying to define. And also we have luckily certain, when you want to use any of your AI or machine learning or deep learning models, we have a data sets called ResourceSat satellite. This is called a 3-tier imaging. So one of the images looks very detailedly, and then the other one covers a smaller area. If you see on the left hand side corner, the image what you're looking at is a 3 scanning cameras are there. One covers almost like the entire state of Maharashtra. You can get it in one shot, and the second one gets almost like your district, and the third one will go for a block level, but gives more detail. And the right hand side corner is a stereo. That means there are 2 cameras with 2 different angles. So with the overlap and the principle of parallax, we generate the 3D of the terrain. So this is initially we had what is called Cartosat. So these are all unique satellites of India, well appreciated globally, because the ResourceSat satellite is extensively used by US for all their agriculture related activities. We have an MOU with them. Whereas the Cartosat, which I was telling about the stereo, this is a next version which is going to come, ResourceSat sampler. These datasets have been validated globally, especially by the Europeans initially, and then used extensively. As I told, these are all global missions. They cover entire globe. So whenever we are developing payloads, they also have to be sensitive enough to look at when you're going in the poles, or you are trying to look at the central. Even for India, when something is in the Himalayas, you will have more radiance. So each sensor will have gain and bias setting. In different seasons, these gain and biases are changed. This is a very important information, because what is the radiance value? What is the actual reflected value? There is a radiance. Then it is converted comfortably for us to display into digital numbers. So here to here also there is a change which happens. So the initial value is more important if you want to do really a good model, when you want to make algorithms use the data to infer much better. The next one. These are all the next one shows, especially this is very important. Why I have kept for all of you is there's what is called radiometry when you get into the data. Normally we look at spatial, spectral, etc. That. While but here there's another one resolution called radiometry. That means these detectors detect much more than what we really recognize. Humans today, even with the machine-based algorithms, I'll be not more than 70% we are able to retrieve the data what has been detected by these detectors. So there's a lot of scope for young faculty like you to adopt some new methods how to extract the data. And this topic I have given to one of my colleague who made the payloads called Mr. Samudraya from Space Application Center, and he did PhD after 60 years after retirement. Okay, and he found extraordinary input where he could make super resolution data from that means from a multispectral he is able to create hyperspectral images. That's possible, and with the higher accuracies also, which no one has published. So this is where you have strengths. You have to really look from. Don't look at only at the end part of making machine learning and deep learning techniques. Go to the source first, and that to understand the problem. Then I will tell you not only in your publications, but you want to keep your patents and also make a business out of this, or your students would like to make a business of it, we can make it. For example, if you see on the left hand side corner top is actually 56 meters resolution. Okay, whereas the next one, the bucket which shows the same type of image, 23-meter resolution, spatial resolution. But whatever you are seeing in 56 is or 23 meters is visible in 56. That means everything, the dark patches, that's the water bodies or the lines, the roads, everything. Only this is little blurred and this is little sharp. So this is where, and this is of course on the coverage. For example, if you have a very detailed information for entire area, next onwards we don't need this detailed information. With this coarse information which is there in the yellow box itself, we can recreate the fine resolution. That means it's a good business model with a low resolution, what you call as data granularity, because that's where we always try to understand that we want higher data granularity, not required. You once we have a higher one, make inferences, make your data sets evolve in such a way that even we don't have a higher data granularity with a lower resolution also we can bring into higher. There are many algorithms to do that. This is where I try to keep this slide for you. In that you can do faster processing. If you're doing for any insurance related or taxation related, this becomes imperative because you need to have a temporal coverage. Always the temporally to make is a difficult task. Either you need to have a satellite or an aircraft or a drone. Again, the expenses keep coming in, and each one has its own complexity in processing. The next. And this is on the digital elevation model. You can click, madam, but because this will not happen. This is a PDF file, unfortunately, or else in Bangalore, it will show the volume which has been extracted. Okay, you can press that. You can go to the next. And so how much a volume of query, you're all aware when you're going from the city to the airport, on your left side you will see the you query how much of volume has been extracted in different periods of time. Also has been estimated very accurately with the digital elevation models of the Cartosat. Though it is 2.5 meter resolution, earlier the concepts were if you have 2.5 meter resolution, we can make an effective DEM of 5 meters. But the concept has changed. Today we are able to make the half the pixel size also the digital elevation models. That means from 2.5 meters resolution, we are able to do 1.25 meters DEM. Okay, from where we can establish the contours, etc. That. So these are all some of these, of course, in the Bangalore city only, where you can see not only the buildings but also excavation which has happened, and what is the depth in it, or the on the upper reaches if there's a water body, or the building heights. Everything, yeah, has been done. So that means we are able to get into 3D modeling using Cortoset data with certain visualization. The next, and this is, yeah, this is where a satellite can stay at a particular location for a longer time. Okay, so we call them as EVMs. This we have used for strategic purpose. So this, the Earth moves, the satellite moves, but the camera looks at the same place. So that means the objects change the angle instead of the camera changing its angle. So through that also we can get the 3D views of the location. These have been used very strategically for strategic locations to find out, and you can get very accurate profiles, okay, of the stream or the river or the pond, and then at a very high resolutions. Which this is part of Raipur city, where you can see the buildings and the stream, and you have the different perspective views while for applications, or we can get the gradient, that is the slope, how the water moves. And this, whenever you're talking about gradient and slopes, we also have to be clear that is what is called mean sea level, and also the geoid levels in which we try to look at. The next, and this is done from a mobile. Actually, this is a 3D model. Because of in the PDF you're unable to see. I will share the presentation with madam on Google Drive, and you all can have it, and you can also see. I will share the presentation, each one of you can see. Whereas on the satellite footprint, this has been placed, but taken from this is for Ministry of Culture. All the archaeological sites in the country have been mapped like this by the local people and by the students, local people and the students. And there's the software is open called Trivum, where you take your mobile and take multiple photographs of it and recreate, and you can clean whatever is not needed, and make a, if there's any cars or anything parked in front of it, you clean it and then make an image by yourself within no time. So there are excellent tools like this, open source tools, which has been made by young students within a short time, within a interval, and such products also are available. The next. Yeah. So while image processing, when we are taught from 80s, when we worked on wax learn by 780 type of machines, okay, very today when you compare with my mobile, it's nothing in terms, and but we used to do this kind of analysis either from
गणनायक
either from the gray patterns or this texture and the patterns which are there, but more importantly, the size and shape. So this is where you have to look at image, not as a spatial, but also whether we can do it on a frequency domain. That's where the job becomes more simpler. So convert into frequency and handle the processing at a frequency level, and then bring it back to the spatial mode wherever you want. This helps you in communicating faster the entire data set. Through a small bandwidth, we can communicate and reconstruct the images. That's what we do when we do the final process to seamlessly look at the other side. The next, please. And then this is how the entire chain of process, how do we make edges, and so our way of handling the information and making into GIS, geographic information system, because when we had to handle multiple data sets from various sources, what are the type of errors which comes in, and when we take it further, and if it is published as an information like natural resources census, and you're accessing data, I request you all to understand what is the initial data, from where it has been made, what is the process involved, and how much of error has creeped in, and what is the error budget we have to ensure, so that while it need not propagate further. The next. Next, please. Yeah. So basically, whatever I'm speaking about, or what we are trying to use in AI, is all the statistical analysis. It can be descriptive statistics, inferential statistics, or probability distribution, regression, correlation. But all these probability distributions has its strengths and limitations. But where we need to use what, we should be very clear. In the initial days of image processing, where we talk about computational, everyone used to try all type of filters, all type of processing, and then try to give inferences. This has given best. Now also I see many publications, especially for this talk when I was preparing, we're also looking at which model will work better, or which may have some limitations. But finally, that is not the thing. We have to know what is the end use of what we are doing. So what is the gap presently, and where is the data which we are trying to take, and in which iteratively how it is trying to modulate and evolve itself. So ensure that, or else every output looks good, but if I want to use it for a given purpose, there'll be difficulties. Okay, it is not in the type of machine learning when we talk about weather forecasting or disaster risk reduction. When someone has to take a call, how many people has to be evacuated from a particular location, there the accuracies have to be of a very high order. And okay, the next one. And also, these are the type of data sets which are there called natural resource sensors. We have geomorphology, wetlands, land degradation. These are all on the Bhuvan website of ISRO, and there are from Space Application Center we have on the websites, and then on the Weather and Climate, Ministry of Earth Sciences has, and also there is something like essential climate variables, because we always tell climate change, climate change. But to tell about a climate change, there are some 56 essential climate variables. Out of that, 23 are amicable by space based, or else other things will come from ground based or field based, because something on ocean, something on atmosphere, something on land. Okay, these are all the type of parameters which need to be. These are called climate qualified data sets. And these data sets are important when you try to use it for other applications. Whenever we try to use, see, we had to understand what is land use and when is land cover, because most of you, I understand you're all from computer science. I find we take an image, we presume whatever is red on a hill is a vegetation, is a forest. That can be a vegetation but cannot be forest, because that's a land use. There's an administrative boundary involved in it. So this is where we had to be careful on understanding the boundary conditions which you're trying to define, and where we are trying to apply a particular algorithm or a model for looking at. And decentralized planning means up to the level which we look at. And there are now today what is called smart cities. Government is funding Amrut is at one level, at is 1:4,000 scale. But smart cities are how to make smarter sewerage plants, water distribution lines, utility, power, energy. Everything is related to on the on smart. That means with sensors, how we're trying to make. So India there also is evolving. Every state is trying out certain different mechanisms. So we have to understand what instrument is being used, what is that sensor, what is the limitation of the sensor, what is the sensing material being used. These were, though we are from computer science or any other discipline, we need to interdisciplinary. We have to have a dialogue in what is this sensor which is giving this, which is embedded in an IoT, and what is the, whether is there any better way of making a sensing for this IoT. And it is possible. In the last 5 years of my IAST with my students, actually, that I found that sensors what we have today deployed, imported, are of no use for our requirements. Please understand this. There are much more work to be done, and if you are able to attempt that, that's going to be a bigger this thing. Of course, on the right side is a hot wave. It is a simulated one. You would have seen the simulations, but still, let us go. That means with the temporal data, how we are having a predictive analysis on the hot weather or heat wave equivalent to it will be available, is made available for the people to dialogue and disperse to the people in need. The next, please. And these all on agriculture. You can see so many areas, like as I mentioned, estimation on the watershed, the data, or the fisheries, potential fisheries zone. This is done by INCOIS, an agency which gets the satellite data. It gets the on not only in the ocean color. When you see the ocean color, we may not understand how the information is retrieved from the data. So there's a lot of scope for improving on the machine learning algorithms. As I told you, please understand that from the detectors, what is being detected, the human ability to recognize what has been detected, still we are somewhere around 60 to 70%. That means 40 to at least 90% is a scope using the machine learning algorithms, better algorithms to retrieve that data, which is very, very crucial. Okay, because it's already from 1972 onwards, such data is available in plenty from various sources. Even prior to 1972, there are certain aerial camera data which is available by US GS, which also has been published and made available in the public domain. The next, please. Yeah. And these are all certain schemes which has been made by the government, which is all have come in a big way after 2015, when the Honorable Prime Minister itself has chaired a meeting with all the administrators. That means all the IAS officers, right from the cabinet secretary to PMO to all the secretaries in the ministry. There are 86 ministries and the chief secretaries. Almost 1,200 people have met, and they have committed that how they are going to use these technologies for their benefit. And the driving this thing is space is one where we have a recurring data which will be flowing in for each and every applications. And we are also surprised to see like ease of doing business. This is mainly for no objection certificate to be given around the heritage site, whether you want to build buildings, raise the building height, or a new construction. That means within 72 hours, the information will go to the an applicant, whether he can, if he is within the zone of an heritage site, whether he can construct or no construct. And it is transparently available within 72 hours. So these are many things have been made more optimized, and recurringly they are getting improved per se. The next. And the livelihood security, madam, which you read like Geo Manrega, that is Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. My friends, you should understand how big is this scheme. Earlier, before COVID, it was something like 35,000 crores per annum per year. Okay. Now, during the COVID, because there is a lot of people migrated to different places, this scheme has been made into additionally 65,000 crores. And that means now it is a 1 lakh crore per annum is the type of money which is going in this particular scheme. So this is geo-enabled. That means with a mobile, with an app, so the time and the input is recorded and available on Bowen and also in the Ministry of Rural Development. So anyone wants to go and analyze how this has been, because the objective is to understand the convergence in water and soil conservation. Because tropical country like India, we have to conserve soil. We cannot allow it to go away. That is a way, or the yields will go down for the crops or whatever the plantations which are there. So this is where, and if you invest, even if you are able to get a bid for less than a rupee, also you will become a billionaire overnight, because you are talking about 1 lakh crores of money annually being invested, and government is keen to understand how is the impact being made in which location. So location, the person, survey number, everything is registered with the time stamping available to you. The next. And this is on the irrigation potential zones. And this is how from where is what to now is why and so what. That is the modeling which is there in for food and water security. This is what ISRO has told, that this is what we will do, and this is the type of information which will flow in. The data will flow in for various users, and on every year there is certain amount of data sets with different resolutions. That means data granularity to be made open for public to use, either for research or for commercial applications. Then we need to have to buy the data. The next one. So, and these are the type of 4 technologies like security, sustainable development, governance, and disaster risk reduction. So these are the areas in which we are talking about food security, water security, energy. That means where is the food, how much it is coming, how it is going to be moved, and how we can use technologies like blockchain. I will explain on fertilizer related in one of the slides, how there is a lot of scope for us to do, which has been done quite some time back with tools like GIS, but now I can incorporate with this agency. And how big is this business also, I'll try to mention to you. And also the governance is planning, monitoring, evaluation, and decision support. Okay, the next letter. So now we are talking about smart cities. So everything is becoming smart unknowingly. Even we do not know where things have gone out of our hands. Okay, we talk about smart people, smart healthcare, agriculture, smart cities, and smart homes. So there are different technologies which need to be integrated. And then this is where we also have to be clear, whatever data is coming, what is the tag with it. Kindly be careful. Okay, if you know that, then it becomes easy for us to analyze, and we are very confident on the output which is coming, or the output which becomes again an input for another model. So this is where we have to look, because when you see an evolving generative AIs, look for the output which is coming, which will become a recurrent AI tools which we look for. And the next. And the sensors. Why I kept this specific slide is most of the sensors I found in a very critical places also are not meeting the requirements. So we try to change the sensing mechanism itself, the material, because we go in the nanotechnology today, nano coatings, actually that there's a huge potential within the country. Within the shortest time, we are able to characterize this sensing material, then validate them and test them, and the response times have been improved, and then the data is available as IoTs, and the data rate with which the transfer of the information to take place also reduces. While transferring, the one of the major problem for all the IoTs is the data provider rates are higher. Okay, if you want to continuously get the data from IoTs, so how do we stagger? Or you can also think about Navic, because on Navic there's a messaging service today on for the fisherman. The messaging and also the information from the fisherman comes back as a message. So the entire stream is coded into a message, and that message can be decoded, and we get a response, or the information can process through. So there are different ways of handling. So please don't think that entire stream has to come as it is. So we can use different type of mechanisms which are available on communication, because Navic is our own. Besides the navigation signal, we also have a messaging part also embedded in it. Next one. So this is where we try to look at different layers coming from different sources. That means the data, the same data, but people retrieve different information. Someone makes soil, someone makes about groundwater potential, someone makes about slope, someone looks at the land use, land cover, which I was telling you, someone looks at the drainage and how the watersheds make. But when you integrate all this, you also get a lot of errors keeps cropping in. This is where why spatially, because a certain soil gets from, you should know that that comes from a parent material. Soil just like that doesn't come unless we do a kitchen gardening like that. But the natural soil, how what we use it for agricultural purposes, it comes from various parent materials, and how it gets integrated. So there are a lot of logic needs to be used, and how do you normalize the data before keeping for expert system tools. Okay, this is where we have to be careful. We have to normalize the data granularity to understand that all are at an equal level. Then you start the processing. This we do it for making water resources development plans. That means you can go to the next slide. The other ones are smaller, because here village wise along the stream, we know where you can put a check dam, nalla bund. So there are heuristic models which has been used. That means the stream has an order: first order, second order, third order, and based on the order, you know how much of the runoff or the water will accumulate at a particular time, and what type of structures which you can do to impede the flow. One is impeding, other one is recharging the area where you can get the wells also get recharged. So for each one, there is a model. And how do we integrate all these models to finally get? And the black boundaries, what you see is the village boundaries. And this has to go down the line up to the field level, because we should know who is the user person. The next one. This is how, with this thing, how you can make the land, because each parcel, each location, because here it is 23 meters is the resolution. So we know every 23 meters by 23 meters, we know exactly what is its potential, whether we are using to the potential or not, as if today as in the land use, and what can be made there. It can be for plantation, horticulture, silvipasture. Silvipasture is nothing but a corridor where you can develop, where the wildlife or the cattle will not graze onto your lands. Today we are encroaching on other lands, under the forest lands, adjoining, etc. That. So where we can keep some buffer zones, where you can do certain graze lands as well as certain vegetation for energy, fuel generator. So like an integrated approach, this has been looked into, and certain places been implemented. Next one. Yeah, this is where we put the property boundaries. You are all aware the property boundaries in India did not have the geographic coordinates. That means the latitude, longitude is not there. So this is where you use the polynomial transforms. So a transformation has been done, FN transformation, what we call, using the control points, the entire cadaster, different colors. What you are looking at is the villages. One is an orange, other one is pink, white. So the different villages, and inside there are numbers. That's the survey number. What you look at, the survey number for your boundary of a farm, or this blue is a water body. And here you can find a pattern. This pattern is nothing but a stream. This river was here, and this village is by the side of the river. Okay, on the right hand side, there's a small white dots is the village, and the river, whatever is there, the yellow lines is the. This input is very important, because if you are putting a sewerage plant or a STP there, that means you're going to pollute the downstream of entire thing. So everything is related to one another. When we do a planning activity, unknowingly we do certain things. But then here we have the landholder, whether it's a government land, private land, everything is known per se. The next, and then and then what are the advisories we need to communicate? Even tomorrow for the AI tools, whatever you are using, finally we had to be, the people has to accept, because they are the water resource association. And the lady with that white this thing on the right hand side topmost corner, she is the gram panchayat president. Majority of the today the gram panchayat presidents are women in the country, so they should accept finally whatever tool, wonderful tool which may use, as it can be whatever the source, finally unless it is accepted, then only it is viable to make business. Why to make business? I'm coming to the next slide first. And this is where we could do at a farmer. But here you kindly see, my friends, faculty members, that the farm boundary shapes are different. Here, if you see under the green, they're different color. The brown color are different, whereas the green color are elongated. See, the farmers are so wise. Their wisdom we don't match. So we should accept that, even with any algorithms, because this gradient there in the green, what you're seeing is 1 to 3% slope, whereas in the brown is 3 to 5% slope. And try to look at the sun incidence angle, because unless the early morning sun falls exactly on the crop, that's where the yield comes better, the vegetation performs better. So they're well aware not only about the fields, but the shape of the fields, the direction in which it will go, and the flow in which it has to go. The farmers have immense knowledge ancestrally within embedded with them. So these also we have to learn if you had to really make a good network of neural nets to understand and make different patterns in a virgin area, or you want to go to Mars and then start cultivating something. We need to learn in this particular mode. The next. And of course, this is showing on a better resolution. You will know for fishing ponds which is coming in a farm. The next one. Yeah. And this is where the field, who is the beneficiary of who has taken. That means your accuracy of whatever we do has to go to an individual. An individual has a name. Today we also have a Aadhaar. That time Aadhaar is not there, or else Aadhaar would have reflected. His PAN would have come. And what is the benefit he got, and what is the extra he's trying to do. So suddenly things change. Whatever you expect versus actually what happens goes in a different way. One is a standard. One farm pond is better, but then he made two more because it's subsidies there from the government, and that becomes an environmentally a problem area. So when you have to model from environmental concerns, this becomes one yardstick. The next. Yeah. So now, while I showed you quite a few, these are all basically on processing. Whatever has been done with the processor, but not more on data intensive. Please understand this. So these are all computational science which has been used. So where we try to do what we have to do in all the areas which are shown, there's an opportunity for you to bring in the recent tools of deep learning techniques. Because there are certain machine learning algorithms which has been used, and everything has been optimized to a certain extent, a certain limited data. But now then, when the data becomes intensive, we don't have to go for such higher algorithms. We can reduce the algorithms, but make them evolve to do it in a optimized manner. That's where the entire things keeps coming in. Yeah. So this is a sequence. Mostly some of the speakers will cover this area better. The next one I will show you. Yes. So in machine learning algorithms, when we go for multiple layers, which I was telling you on deep learning techniques, and also convolution neural network, this is where you all, I don't know how many of you may be all young, but we had a problem for the government when the onion crop, onion supply in the market drastically reduced, and onion is one of the important crop which people across the use. So that is a challenge given. How do we identify the onion? See, onion, this is where we had to understand a little bit of biology also. This plant is an erectostylus leaf. That means the leaf is very straight. Okay, so the whatever the radiance, the sun rays falling on this crop, the signature will be very feeble because the radiance value from that will be very less. And adjoining will have sugarcane, will have sunflower. These are small landholdings. And this onion also starts early Kharif to early Kharif means monsoon crop. Okay, so from my computer friends, Kharif is a monsoon crop. So early Kharif means it may start in February, and you'll have a very late summer also. So that means you have a Kharif, Rabi, and this is something like 75 to 80 days type of a crop, and also transplanted and intermittently grown. So it's a very challenging opportunity. So this is where we had to use ANN at least from 4 iterations, because we had supervised classification. That means we are given a lot of training sets to make the system understand what is onion and what is not onion, and we could achieve up to 90% accuracy to show with 1 or 2 temporal data sets. That means we use a temporality. But if we increase the temporality and then make more number of iterations, we can improve upon the accuracy of assessing the onion crops. Or similarly to that, you have today like mint crop. There are small land holdings, but then they are very difficult to identify because their spectral signatures are not so, or they get with the neighboring fields, there is a less of a signature, or the intensity of signature, or the radiance is less, or there is a noise created by the external. This is where you have to can also use principal component analysis, where normally principal component analysis, the computer scientists will always, you all look for how to reduce the redundancy in the data, but it's not so. You can also redundancy you can reduce. Also, we can remove the noise. The amount of the data layers which we do have, we can compute the eigenvalues and vectors and reproject it in such a way the last band will have the noise. So we can remove the noise and regenerate the data, so which will be more active for you to process. You can try that, which we did in multiple satellite data, which helped us. Then in the recurrent neural networks for sequential data, this is where I was telling you had to be careful, because the output of one, where it shows in the mismatch which is there, how to improve upon it becomes an input for the next transform. You had to tag when you are talking about a model which has to reflect into a location, specifically telling where we will try to address a particular problem. And there are unsupervised segments also, because sometimes we do not have any ground information. Suppose if I had to tell, is there any nuclear power plant, or we had a question once. Israel has bombed one Syrian installation. Okay, whether it is a nuclear or not, they told it is a nuclear, but no data existed across the globe from any of the satellite provider at the time for that location. Only we had from our Indian satellite data, and IAEA is the agency for atomic energy related UN body which looks into, and we did an analysis of unsupervised. So because we didn't have any sample there, and we categorically we could show that's a nuclear installation, because it is not just on the spectra, it is also on the location and associated features. So that means you have to take a lot of neighborhood elements, and these neighborhood elements as a shape, and this shape has to be associated with something else. Okay, heavy vehicular movement. So how do I get the heavy vehicular movement, and how do I map that and with confidence? So this is one areas which we could work. But everywhere today, with the type of algorithms which are available to you, you can improve upon each of these area which I'm telling you. because it's not an ultimate on it. It has solved some problem at certain time. But as I was always telling you that they are to a certain level and there's a lot of scope up to 20 to 30% improvement. And 20 to 30% improvement is you are becoming more precise. Please understand. The more and more precise, you have less competition. Okay. Yeah. The next. Anyway, the other one is GPUs, actually, that you need more power, so energy, because both from processing as well as the resources need such heavy machines also need energy also. But then we need to understand these foundation models in AI whenever you're talking about generative pre-trained transformers for next generations, and adaptive for to specific task and fine tuning. See, this specific task is very important. What is the specific task for which you are trying to look for? And then look from what is the data which is available. Automatically, the machine will keep learning. But then the end goal, what you're trying to define, and the data, what you're trying to keep for making the rules. So that's where one, you have to keep as minimum as possible error-free data, or the data which you understand better. Okay, because the end one is the output which is coming in between, entire thing is evolving on it area. And how do we scale it to a particular level? This is where we had to look at the next one. The next, please. Yeah, so this is on the real world problems, how we can solve. I will go to one or two examples and tell in a case study. I will tell you the next. Yeah. And these are all the AI models of today. And tomorrow, the next one, I'll show you a few. These are all taken from the literature. And yes, these small language models and large language models. So this is where it becomes very effective when you have more of data intensive, which also flows from different locations from the IoTs. Can I go to the next? Not spend much time here. Next one also, because these are all available to you from different sources. I seen some of the people will be speaking to you on this. Yeah, the next one. Yeah, these all known. Okay, next. Yeah, here also, no, I want you to focus here on digital twins. So you asked me to speak on augmented reality and virtual reality. Quite a few things has been done. Okay, and data has been used virtually to show either in Kedarnath floods or the flood modeling when it happens, how you can really feel where what is it in disaster risk. Certain things has been done, but future is on the digital twins, because this digital twin in space segment we use it for the satellite related whatever we send. We have an engineering model and what is called a flight model. So the engineering model has all the aspects where we can try out. When we are starting the first programs, we have always a replica digital, but here it is a digital replica. It is not a hardware replica. So the digital replica on which you can try out solutions. But in this, IoT data frequently is coming. How it is different from the first two is continuous data from the sensors gets into the virtual replica and keeps updating it, taking it as nearer to the physical. So whatever we assess has a direct impact or a direct interaction again with the physical object. And digital twins for urban planning, digital twins even for organs for an individual person also can be made, so that his health can be monitored. To that extent, I'm telling you about the two extremes in which improved monitoring. Now Kerala is trying to make a digital twin for its state, because one side it has coast, which is because of the climate change, the coasts are getting eroded, and then other side they have landslides and the hills, and then in between they have what is called midlands. That's the only area where they can grow, and the urbanization is going to become 97% by 2030. So it's huge urbanization will come in entire Kerala. So that's where, as for the policy, we are trying to look in how to make an observatories and digital twin for the state of Kerala. Okay, the next. So this basically it optimization and whatever the smart cities infrastructure which is going to come, the digital twin for urban infrastructure, it can be water supply, sewerage, or outage management for power. And today power also is having hybrid. something is coming from ocean, something is coming from wind, something from solar, and these are all non-conventional, and you have the conventional energy. How everything is getting integrated to a solution, and how automatically autonomous way of understanding and autonomous way of maintenance and operations and maintenance. Everything can be done with this kind of a digital twins when entire thing is coded. Of course, we are a long way, but there are things are happening in one way or other. But each one of you have an opportunity here to work on it, because it's a cost savings and also the risk reduction in because we are able to do predictive analysis or proactive management can be done. The next. Yeah. See, but when we talk about humans, we think we are intelligent. But see this insect, this on the right hand side, what you are seeing, the tail, which has been kept for 5 centimeters under the surface, is able to detect all those parameters: soil texture, soil temperature, soil moisture, because it has to lay eggs. So that insect, locust, is intelligent of previous one, please. Yeah, it is able to get so much of data and information, and it is able to process the entire thing to understand, and it is trying to forecast for it where it is going to lay eggs. For it, locust is a problem for us. So there's a model which has been implemented in Kazakhstan, because this locust starts from parts of Africa, touches India from the northwestern India. Last time it came to the central India too, and goes towards that. That means the pattern is known in which direction. So the temperature, the humidity conditions, and the wind. So we know where it lays eggs, and we have a life cycle builder for it. This model has been established but this is based on a GIS. Now we can use machine learning algorithms for each of these layers, and then try to improve upon what has been done, what is being done with the type of instrumentation mimicking the locust. The next. And this is on the crop insurance. You may be aware this is a very big investment by the government of India. And any of the tools, whichever you are using, if you want to do business, you have to get into this insurance or taxation. There's an water cess collection is there, and also on the insurance segment, how to do, and different levels are there. How do you mention a rate? That means how do you fix for what is the insurance premium you're going to collect. If you are within 7 days, we are able to pay the money. And today there are a lot of techniques which are coming in. People are ready to invest in the rainfall data, the temperature data, which is there for the last 100 years. And there are certain segment of analysis using ANN and recurrent neural nets. And there are companies ready to pay an insurance to an individual farmer if it is meeting 5 years average is trying to touch in terms of drought or a flood. It need not happen, but if it is deviating from that, the payments are being made. So that's the type of investment which is going in this insurance sector. And government is submitting is also supporting in Fasal Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So every year there's a recurring business. You have Rabi crop, Kharif crop, that means the monsoon crop, winter crop, and also summer crops, and also horticulture crops. So if you are able to do a good model which realistically tells an advanced predictive analysis of which one is maybe affected, not affected at all, and you're able to serve the people within 7 days or 7 working days, you're able to pay the insurance claim, yours is the best model, and you can become a billionaire overnight. Okay, the next. Yes, and this is on the precision agriculture. There is what is called demand-based irrigation scheduling. Today, we are doing is supply-based. There, with the different type of mechanisms, we are able to control the water supply, optimize the water supply. But if it is a demand-based irrigation scheduling, we know exactly even a paddy crop, how much water is needed on that day at that time we can do, because the satellites every day is trying to get the potential evapotranspiration, and that tells the demand, the water demand from that plant or from the crop. To that level, today we have the data. But what model you'll use to meet that requirement is up to you. So this is where you have to employ our young students to do the analysis to get into that. And any saving, the government feels that we can put additional land onto irrigation. And this irrigation need not be big irrigation. It's a small irrigations of 500 hectares, less than 1,000 hectares, which is happening in different parts of the country where the yields are looking at. The next one, please. And this is your blockchain. Blockchain can be effectively used here. See, this is, if you know, one company called IFCO, almost like 60,000, 61,000 crores of business they do annually. So where is the requirement for fertilizer? That's where it shows the crop acreage, the soils, and there's a fertility. There is what is called soil health cards also now today. And then this tells us what is the fertilizer requirement. But then we also have to know the weather module in the Kharif season. That means in the monsoon, if the monsoon shifts, that CGP means crop growing period. If the crop growing period is less, then the seed will change. You cannot make the same crop there. If the seed changes, the type of fertilizer requirement will be different. Okay. It's not NPK today. There are all the fertilizer companies have gone for micronutrient blend fertilizers. Okay. And this fertilizer has to reach the farmer. That means you have a distribution, logistic module. So how the fertilizer will go to different and allocation, optimizing routing. This all has been done in GIS. But today we can use both in terms of processing in better, because the soil health cards are time to time has been improved. And in the blockchain process, you can use offline and online mode. Offline for understanding the fertilizer requirement, but the dynamic changes, how it is happening, that comes from the online. And the soil moisture is a very critical parameter, which I told you in the satellites it can do. But precisely if you want to know an ex-farmer, you have to send something to him. There's another new mechanism has come through the drone delivery. Through the drones, the fertilizer is being delivered. And that is where another process of machine learning algorithms are coming in. Whether the drone will directly, we can program where it will go and put the fertilizer or the pesticide, and how the money will come to them, and which farmer will pay or the insurance company will pay. So the payment mechanism. So that means there are different ledgers maintained in the industry, in between middle contractors, and third is the farmers who are supposed to pay or someone else has to pay. So who is going to pay? So there's a huge network of data which need to be processed at different levels. So the blockchain algorithms or the mechanisms or methodology will be apt if you want to do for it. The geofarms has been done for IFCO, I'm telling about 15 years back, and they're using it, but they're not changed much. You can do that because the climate change is impacting this weather module very much. So this is where I thought I will bring to your attention how we can do this. So these are all working models which has been paid projects by the users. Okay, this is from IFCO. The next, like that we have Crypto, so many people. The year also is a simulation. This is an online nuclear emergency response system which was there in books. This is for implemented for Kalpakam. Here the plume will keep moving in which direction, which at what time the plume, because this is colorless thing. So the radiation will leak whenever it comes. So as a predictive calculations of all the meteorological parameters to show 72 hours before how we can plan if the plume get released, where are the medical facilities, where, how to go and how to move the people away from the plume which is going to move. This is what the which has been done for Kalpakam and has now an opportunity for using the data intensive or data science based models. The next. Yeah, but whatever we do, kindly understand that we are not a very rich country. Okay, we are coming, we are developing. But you, in neighborhood, when you see, even I see the Bombay the other day, they put me IIT Bombay, a nice hotel. But then when I see the window, I see a lot of slums. I see a lot of people. There are a lot of poor people. So this is all what Gandhiji only has told us. That means anything we try to do, look at the weakest people and ask for yourself the first step which you contemplate is going to be of any use to them. Technology may be great. All technologies are great. But finally, whatever we do with end output, is there any little incremental change happening? Luckily, in India, we have enough for our need, but not for our greed. Please understand this. Today, but everywhere we are losing because of the indiscipline. But for all our machine learning algorithms, we need a discipline. The data needs a discipline, or else it can go wrong in a number of ways. So the discipline is most important in our livelihood, not only on using the machine its algorithms, getting the outputs, and then trying to generate models. The next one. So thank you, friends. I have a lot of ideas and things like that, because today we don't need a satellite data. Even without a satellite data of a real time not available, we can replicate with the n number of data available for different seasons for so large with the type of models which are doing. People are already working with my knowledge and under my mentoring. But each one of you uh, encourage your students by entering into these few domains which I have mentioned. And someone has also, as I mentioned, kindly share the PPT. I will share the PPT with madam, where you can see the simulations, everything by yourself. And it's a shareable, or on YouTube, or quite a few my TED Talk, or some places you have some other videos also. But then look for how this can be converted into startup, because these are where you are the area what you are looking at. One, you can do it for industry, but there is a lot of possibilities for you, because government has asked the shared resources where the high power computing and made available to be made available to all the academic institutions and the research scholars. We only have to search for those resources and use this optimized way of data handling and coming with the outputs which are needed by the financial instruments. People may be benefited, but you want to make a business, it's actually you have to attach your output to a financial instrument. Financial instrument is what? Tax or insurance, or the product which is going in terms of the market to sell and make benefits of it. And for the fertilizer, all inputs for all the companies are the same, but the n number of times the loading unloading you reduce, you can make a profit on the per bag. Okay. Or the micronutrient blend effectively which you are making, because in the same field on either side, if you have two different type of crops, the micronutrient blend will be different. And any nutrient, like a human being, what we use, after some time it comes to a certain level of saturation. So to do that through hyperspectral, we can detect, it can be drone or it can be from space, either of them, when the dose has to be stopped. So that's how you can again advise the fertilizer company. So advisory services also has a lot of returns on this. And tools are good, but I told you about some cautions which you need to do. And because of the machines were very slow at the time, we need to have to struggle. But then today you have things, even on a mobile you can do most of your work. So things have become simpler, but we had to understand the problems inherently there in the data on which you're trying to use and find a solution for or display. Because when you do anything on a 3D, but when you start printing onto a 3D, then the things, if there's accuracies are salvaged because of an error which gets in, can get into your problem. Multiple times we had to do iteratively, which we can avoid if you are able to understand the data on which we are working. Thank you once again. I hope I might have given you some insights on where what has been done, and where today with the data science and a data intensive processing, which is possible with machine learning and deep learning techniques, we can solve most of our problems. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening session. You have covered so many useful things. Dear participants, if you have any queries, please you can raise here. Dear participants, feel free to ask your questions.
Hello, sir. Sir, you said so the census what it is available at present for IoT applications. It has a limitation. Like they are not they don't give accurate values like that. Can you please elaborate on that, sir?
Yeah, I will tell you on the gas sensors because we designed for the Gaganyaan mission. Okay, you have what is called ELSS, Environmental Life Support System, which need all the gases for a human being when you are there. Okay, so the people were not sharing those sensors with us, so we try to make indigenously, and that is for space qualification. That's a different subject. But when we make it, we also can use it for our regular applications for on the land. That means for all the civilians. One of the things, for example, wherever you store certain propellants or ammunition, there is something like a hydrogen or some gases type of leaks can be there. So these gas sensors which are imported, they are kept at 1 meter distance from where you have the stock, because the excitation for the sensor is based on thermal excitation, so that itself can cause a fire accident, right? So they have been kept distance, so that response time is delayed. So here a new innovative way of sensors have been made by the people, where they using the frequency of light you can excite the sensor, one. And second is the sensing material itself. You should also understand the supply chain of this sensing material. Today we have many of these materials are imported, some are restrictive in nature, and some things we don't have in our country. But today with nanotechnology, that sensing material we can make it within the country, and the supply chains are assured. So we made such a supply chain within the country on the MEMS and also on position. So, and since we don't have the restriction because of thermal excitation, you can put within the storage facility itself, not within 1 meter. So the response will be faster. And because of the material what has been used, the cost has drastically, almost it is 1/30th of the cost of what is being imported. And then the data is, and I made it IoT enabled. The sensors what is there is you have to go and visit to see if the changes in color and everything is happening. But here it's IoT enabled, so any change happens, it comes directly to your desk, or as an alarm which can be made through the FPGA programming. So there is a flexibility you have today. What is there in the market, that much of flexibility you do not have. Okay, I told only about hydrogen, and also like we have like biosensors also, early detection of cancer. So all these things are each one. If you go in depth, there are limitations, and we are living with the limitations and paying heavy cost. Okay, and then you can do it at a very simpler way and more accurately than what is happening. But since we are talking about data analytics, that IoT data which comes in periodically, we can make the alerts. And then when the changes what is happening because of the different weather conditions, whether it's changing, suppose a gas is getting emitted, is it happening in summer months, well, or it is happening in even rainy season when the humidity is more? All the type of analytics you can add on top of it. Today we are unable to do such. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir,
And the
there are
gas
one more
sensors for the
question.
Gaganyaan mission are ready for your kind information. Okay, indigenously made.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, done
It's
by
always
IAC.
so we are very proud of ISRO, sir.
No, madam, but lot of area is to cover. I told you, no, we are only 60%. We are able to get. We are able to recognize from the detectors. So that means there are a lot of scope for us to, because it is detecting. Time is flowing. After that, the sensors will be, or the detectors are invalid. We have to get new detectors, new satellites, very expensive. Or drones. Again, there's an expenses in it. So how fast we can extract that? That is a challenge for all the young faculty who are participating in this program. Okay, it's possible to do.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, one more question posted in the chat. Sir, where do we get the data for academic research?
Yeah, as I told you, there are two things. One is all the government departments are asked to publish all the data what is there. Now IMD publishes, ISRO also for all the on Bowen websites, and also on Space Application Center. There's another site in which all the spatial data is published. Or the Ministry of Earth Sciences, like INCOIS or NCCR, they are bound to publish. If you're not able to get it, you have to ask, because that is where now we are talking about ANN or other processing on top of it. If the data is not there, then the data centric analysis is failure. Correct? So you kindly go into the websites. If you are not, and there is a policy of people, because the government has asked each and every ministry what all the data which is not restrictive to publish, including from even today. Today is on 3rd also there's a workshop how to download data, how to get the resources per se. And of course, there are a lot of foreign data which is also available, but Indian data is also extensively available today. If it is not available, write to the concerned directors only, not to the concerned people, because everyone is bound to share the data as per the data policy in the country.
Hello, sir. Good evening, sir. It was a very informative session. Especially, I work in Indian Institute of Horticultural Research. So most of your topic covered all the agricultural applications, and very happy to see the work going in agriculture. One question I would like to ask is there any particular sensor available to detect the micronutrients directly from the soil so that we can integrate that with the IoT?
Yeah, there are people from, you are aware, DST has funded some programs. There are 25 institutions specializing in few of these areas. One is, as I told you, for Tirupati is doing on positioning and precision. IIT Mumbai has on IoTs. Okay. So on soil, moisture, and few nutrients, not all nutrients. Some of the nutrients, they are making an indigenous IoT. Okay. Professor Prasad Ramanathan is the CTO of that, because recently I visited that. So that is one area, because they have been given that responsibility to not only make an sensor and integrate it in IoT, but also make it commercially available. Okay.
Okay, will it be available in a year or two?
Yeah, that I'm not aware, but it is in a good shape. Okay, what they are making in it. But always there's a scope. As I told you, for soil moisture, someone makes a helium-3 based, you know? So that is expensive. But there are some crystals on neutron tomography based techniques which we use that becomes more cost effective. So, but then whenever a research which is happening, everyone will try to look at the material what is available, and on that they try to evolve. But whatever is it, there is still scope for improvements.
Okay, sir.
But you
Thank
can
you.
write to or put an email to Prasad Ramanathan. You know? He is the CTO, and he will immediately respond for what question which you are asking.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Sir, you
Yeah.
just spoke a little bit earlier. You spoke about the 56 factors that affects the entire ecosystem. So I just want to ensure, as my research work area is also IoT and network security and all. So I just want to ask. I just want to request you that to please throw some light on is this 56
Yeah.
factors also impact the IoT ecosystem?
No, that's nothing to do with IoTs. This is which is for climate change. When you tell, there are some country has to do some work with what are the data available with them. Okay, so there are what is called 56 essential climate variables. Okay, like sea surface temperature, or there are certain winds. Okay, sea surface winds. So each of these parameters has to be made what is called climate qualified. That means you have to make them more robust. That is what we'll look at change. Okay, or sea level changes when we tell. So there are, out of these 56, 23 are amicable through space technology. Means using sensors from the space, we can measure them continuously, and we can process them in such a way that they are robust enough to be used as a climate qualified data sets to tell, yes, there's a change happening as per the climate change scenarios which has been developed. Okay.
Got it,
Or else
sir.
we
Got
cannot
it.
simply tell there's a climate change is happening. Okay.
Yeah, got it, sir. Thank you so much.
Those are the ECPs is that's what, that is nothing to do with IoT, but we can use IoTs in that. Okay, some of the parameters with are ground based, because whatever we look at space based, there is some ground, like for example, from atmosphere related, we have what is called flux towers, which collect a lot of data continuously. That is used for one calibration and also on validation. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, connecting to this climate change, I have a question, sir. So this climate change data for like the prediction, For what duration, like how many days early the predictions are there, sir?
Not for climate change. Okay, climate change is a very broad condition which will happen. Okay, in a different periods. That's what is called scenarios. They are generated such scenarios. Under that scenario level 4, level 5 or 6, we need to see what impacts it can create because of the climate change happens. Okay, in that scenario, whether there will be more of coastal erosion because the sea level rises. What happens? The coasts will change. That is all we have to infer. So the coast may get affected, or because of the rise in sea level, their groundwater influx of groundwater can be there into the freshwater regime. So the groundwater will get disturbed, and whenever the sea level change happens for increase in height, we are talking about. Sometimes it can go down also. Okay, or the type of flood scenarios which can come if the rainfall patterns how they may change, and the rainfall pattern changes where there is a sudden cloud burst happen, how it will happen. So these are all incorporated into the predictive prediction models. Suppose there is a weather prediction model, so they had to take this scenario and make a prediction in their regular weather prediction models. That's how we'll come to know about our prediction what will happen.
Okay, sir.
Okay, or else it will give us a scenario. So on the scenario, on a particular time, suppose if this is a change what we observed from suppose last 100 years data I'm analyzing, and recently there's a change which is happening in periodically, because we also have another suppose when we talk about rainfall and temperatures, we also have in between called El Nino effects or La Nina effects. That also induces some conditions. After taking all these conditions into consideration, what could be the predicted rainfall, or what is the predicted temperatures, and what is the predicted increase in temperature, what will happen? Or if I change the small land use, for example, one of the professor has asked on horticulture research, you know, if they suppose take out a horticulture crop which has a lot of thick foliage and change it with a small type of a grassland, it has a direct impact on the runoff. It has a direct impact on the groundwater table or the equilibrium condition in the groundwater. So these are all models will give you the values for each and everything. So where you can analyze and see what its impacts can be.
The models at present, the weather forecasting models, how many days earlier it is able to predict, sir?
Yeah, because there are ensemble models are available with IMD. Okay, but it all depends upon to what effectively means for a block level, which if they are giving, maybe I don't know if I remember correctly, there's 3 days in advance. Certain models are there for a block level. But if you want to have 7 days or this thing, means it all depends upon the accuracy of that model also. You can get into the IMD website, you will exactly get this information. Okay, because they are the agency who is supposed to give that.
Okay, sir.
Or
Okay, sir.
NCRMFW.
Sorry, sir, can you please repeat?
That is National Weather NCRMFW.
NCRMFW. Okay, sir.
Yeah, that's also in Delhi only. Okay.
Okay,
So they do mostly on the modeling part, whereas IMD does on a realistic matter. The what are they take the model input? I shown you the that online nuclear emergency response. So the model input from NCRMFW also comes into this, and Kalpakam facility nuclear power plant has towers which also monitor the wind speeds and direction at different heights and humidity. All these model data will get into the nuclear emergency response system.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, participants. You have raised so many questions. It's good. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Krishnamurthy sir for an insightful session on open source tools, image processing, GIS, and climate data analysis. The discussion emphasized the importance of not viewing the images merely in the frequency domain and highlighted how geographical information systems and platforms like Bhuvan provide free and accessible data. This is open data plays a crucial role in food security, energy management, and smart cities, enabling informed decision making. Additionally, we explored essential climate variables and climate qualified datasets, which help in understanding environmental changes through 56 critical climate change parameters. A key takeaway is the role of machine learning in retrieving, analyzing, and utilizing the data in a meaningful manner, where model outputs can serve as the input for advanced predictive systems like RNNs. The session also highlighted space technology applications, limitations in current sensing materials due to low working capabilities and data transformation rates, emphasizing the need for technological advancements. Ultimately, open data, machine learning, and interdisciplinary approaches will drive innovation in environmental monitoring, urban planning, and climate resilience. Thank you once again, sir, for your enriching session.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
So, shall I leave now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So with this, we are concluding that session 1 for day 1. Day 1, session 2, we are going to start now. Let me take my opportunity to introduce our session 2 speaker, Mr. Kumara Gurubaran. Today, before that, feedback form is circulated in the chat bar. I request participants to fill that on time. It will be active only for 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Now we will move on to that session 2. So today we are privileged to welcome Mr. Kumara Gurubaran, an eminent expert in augmented reality and virtual reality, who will be sharing his insights on the evolution and impact of AR and VR. Mr. Kumara Gurubaran is the Chief Executive Officer, AR, VR, storyteller, and architect with over 15 years of experience in the digital media industry. A BTech graduate from PhD Technology, Coimbatore. He currently leads Yaksha Visual Technologies as its CEO and is also the co-founder of Immersive Skill Academy. His achievements include architecting the AR/VR pipeline for Yaksha Visual Technologies, co-founding Card School, an AR-based learning flashcard system for kids, developing VR training models, IACMI, funded by US Department of Energy, creating SMCAR, an AR application later acquired by SMA Car Solutions. Beyond his industry impact, Mr. Kumara Gurubaran has played a vital role in academy also. Past technical committee member at the National Instructional Media Institute, Ministry of Labour, Government of India. Member of the Department of Technical Education, DOTE. Past Animation Syllabus Committee member at the Film and Television Institute of Tamil Nadu. Prior to founding Yaksha Visual Technologies, he was a consultant at Realbox Media Entertainment, Chennai, specializing in video streaming architecture and content processing. Currently, he spearheads Card School and in-house EdTech product along with various AR/VR service projects. We are honored to have him here with us today and look forward to gaining a valuable insights from his expertise. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kumara Gurubaran, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sorry. I'm just opening my slides. I think the host has been disabled for me to share the screen.
Once again, sir. Once again, sir. Yes, sir. Now you can try.
No.
Yes, sir. We have given the access now.
Saying host disabled participant screen share. I think.
Can you, sir?
No, sir. Host disabled. Host disabled participants screen sharing. I'm facing. You have to give me access for sharing my screen.
Just 1 second, sir.
Not Kumar KG. Miko. Yes.
Sir, I think, can you try now?
Yeah, one second. 1 second. Yes, sir. I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please proceed, sir. Thank you.
Give me 1 minute. Sharing the screen. Okay. Good evening, everybody here. So thank you for this opportunity, sir. Okay, I'll just move on to my next slides. So I think I don't want to give an introduction about me. I'm not an academician. I'm totally into production. So please bear with me or correct me if you people are not able to understand any terminologies or anything. I'll just. So what is the takeaways? Like we'll understand about. I think I don't know about last session. Hope you people would have got some introduction from the sir. Anyway, I'll just tell in my perspective of what is this technology and how it is moving on currently and those kind of things. So this is a takeaway. We will understand about what is this immersive technologies are and its timeline, milestone, and what is the current status of this technology and industry-wide impact. I'll show you a couple of industry-wise demos and samples. I'll play you and show you, and the future trends. And finally, hopefully I get a time to show you how to build a quick run through of building an augmented reality app, so you people can get an idea of or insights. Oh, this is how some applications. I cannot do a virtual reality. This is because of headset reasons. Maybe I can just run through how this process works about the pipeline. And about me, I'm into pure production, as I said. Hopefully, sir has given me an introduction. Nothing much regarding this one. Okay. So, any guess you people know what is XR? Can anyone answer from the participants' point of view? Come on, anyone? What is XR?
Extended reality.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for expansion. So, but what we call is like extended reality, right? But it's an umbrella term which we call the three technologies together. It's called, one is augmented reality, one is virtual reality, and third is mixed reality. And there's actually one more reality. It's called diminished reality. So, but still it's in the nation stage. Maybe if you people have time, can Google or some YouTube videos for what is diminished reality. So, but still it's not full-fledged production or in our day-to-day implementation. Okay, this is extended reality. Extended reality is an umbrella term encapsulating augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. So before getting into what is this, let's run through the milestone, how it meant, like how this evolved and everything. Then I will get in-depth explanation about everything in detail as much as possible. So, but there is a coincidence, like some people say still 400 years before this technology was existing in some other time period. I mean, like 400 years. I'm not sure if that exists or not. But as per the records, everyone come to one conclusion that 1960s is one where the first virtual reality had said. This is the first one which people were tried. So people call it as a first virtual reality. So, and then in the later stage on NASA and those kind of military applications, they started developing using this kind of technologies to develop a simulation-based solutions. But actually, it's not exactly a AR or VR. Whatever they try to use it as a computer-generated imagery to create a simulation or any training applications, it happened during this 1980s to 1990s. But still, it's maybe I can say like from 60s to 90s are the period. It's an nascent stage. It started evolving. People doesn't even know it's actually a terminology or not in general. But by the end of like starting or mid of 1980s, people started developing HUDs for automotive, like especially automotive means not like a regular car or current automotive. I'm talking about the military helicopters or aerospace industries in the aerospace which comes under automotive too, and military applications. They started using developing HUD based solutions to provide or cater to different government sector or the specific audiences, not for the public audiences like end customers like B2C. And actually everything started changes happens in, I would say, from 2010. Maybe I remember 2009 I was using, there is a company called Bombardier Airlines. Hope you know. So in India, most people would have traveled in metro trains, right? There is metro trains. One of the major contractors who has patents, a lot of patents, is Bombardier Airlines. They used some. There is a software. Like a software called Virtuals. There's a company called ATAL Systems. They were owning a 3D software called Virtuals in the name of Virtuals. Using a Virtuals, you can develop holographic based, what we call nowadays as like augmented reality. At the time, there is no word of augmented reality actually. When I was experimenting with, it's just a QR code based application. If you scan it using your web camera, in 2008 or 9, I'm not sure, 8 to 9, I guess, and a holographic 3D element can be popped up in front of your paper. So that's where I started with Dassault Systems company, and a lot of other companies started using. At the time, there's a company called Oculus Rift. what we call nowadays as Facebook. I mean, like Meta. Hope you know about this headset, Meta Quest. Now we call it as. It was started as a Kickstarter campaign in the timeline of 2020, and then this over the time, Facebook acquired this company, the Oculus, and then currently in 2025, we call it as a Meta Quest devices. But 2016, between 2010 to 16, the major players like even Microsoft got into the same ecosystem. At the time, they were doing only research related to mixed reality. They are not focused on virtual reality or augmented reality. Each software giants started focusing on. Apple focused more on augmented reality. Facebook focused on virtual reality, and HoloLens researches more towards cloud and how cloud powers infrastructures can be utilized for this technologies, AR, VR, or MR. Like cloud streaming. Nowadays, say for example, we watch movies like for example, most people will watch either you go to theater or people will use Netflix or streaming channels, right? In a similar case, in the near future, thanks to this 5G tech or edge computing, we'll be streaming 3D data in real time. You don't want to download any data, like how we watch movies in Netflix. So that was the area which because Microsoft being one of the cloud giant, they want to focus. And even Amazon was also, I think Amazon also acquired one company at the same timeline, around like a $300 million, and they also want to control this streaming market for this immersive technologies. So, but everything starts changing when there's a company called Niantic Labs. They launched one game that you can go and collect famous. There's a Pokemon episodes which most millennial kids knows from timeline to till now. So they launched an augmented reality powered Pokemon Go game. So basically, it's a location based game. So people can go around in the road and you can go and hunt and find their favorite Pokemon character, and you can actually basically virtually you can purchase it, kind of things, procuring it, or I don't know, you can call it any name. So that's where the mainstream on people started catching up. Okay, there's some technologies moving on. That's one of the major change which created impact in this technologies. People call at the time, most people still I believe lot of people have more difference that doesn't know the difference between the augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and obviously there is one more word, metaverse. A lot of interchanging. So, okay, in 2018, this one, sorry. In 2018, there's a company called Magic Leap. The best part is, I think, I don't know how many people have pitched to the Google and a couple of investors network. They just proposed, like the investors pitches, like they put on a video. What if somebody wears a glass and how it looks, how they experience it. And they got funding about like a few $1 billion. And Google is one of the major investor in Magic Leap, which I don't know most people whether they know about this news or not. According to us, Google is like a service company, but still in 2018 itself, they invested in Magic Leap. Still, it's in the market, but even though it's not much penetrated, like VR segment. Magic Leap is purely a mixed reality headset like Microsoft's HoloLens. I'll explain everything one by one because it's just a timeline. I just want to run through how it started and how it's moved, and I'll get into each one by one. So if you have any questions, maybe later on I can able to explain. I hope able to explain. And 2020 to present is same, like now we call the words different terminologies, metaverse and integration with AI, I mean, computation based AI or NLP based AI, and V-power. Basically, AI is one kind of core tech which everyone, there is a noise, right? This AI is a backbone behind this AR or VR or MR, any sort of immersive technologies, we call it, right? So I'll just move on to this one. I just created the slide, so hope this can anyone able to tell me if you can not able to understand the difference? I just gave 3 simple images which conveys the same slide. I mean, like, think of like if you are a user at one location, I tried to explain in a 3 different experience. Let me first take into augmented reality. Like nowadays we use mobile phone, right? Okay. Say for example, you are going to Delhi or Agra, you are in front of the Taj Mahal. If you are using a mobile phone, using our AR app, which I mean augmented reality powered, this application powered app, and if you are taking a look at this Taj Mahal, can you see the virtual informations pop-ups? This is called augmented reality. Basically, bringing your digital elements into your time and space. That is augmented reality. The last, right, last is the virtual reality. You are doing it reverse. You are getting into the, I mean, like you are getting into the virtual world, or I would say like you are getting teleported to a different world. You are in your home, you put on a headset, and once you put on a headset, a Taj Mahal appears in front of you, and or try to teleport to the particular location, or clicking on the hotspot and going and revolve around and going to the top or down. So that is an example for a virtual reality. And the middle is the mixed reality. So mixed reality is a place where the virtual and real world object interact with each other. It means, say for example, I have given a 3 different experience hardwares. Augmented reality, as usual, it starts with mobile phone, and to experience VR, you need a VR based headset like MetaQuest or some other brands, which we'll see what and all is available in the later slides. And now for the mixed reality part, I just kept the image of HoloLens as an example. HoloLens is a product of Microsoft. Magic Leap is Google, and Apple is into Apple Vision Pro. So I'll just keep one image. In case of mixed reality, as I mentioned, the place where virtual and real world interact each other means, say for example, you are wearing a HoloLens headset and you are standing in front of like entrance of the Taj Mahal, and you are virtually popping up a virtual balls in front of you. The ball will get due to the gravity and mass, the ball will get collided on the floor and it pops up and move on. The collision is because of the real, like a real floor. What is getting collided is a virtual ball. These colored balls. So that is the reason I told the place where the collision on the real time. That is the best example I would say for a mixed reality. So any questions on this part? So before moving on to this, anyone? Or shall I move on to the next slide? Hope it is clear. Maybe later I can talk if the time permits. So let me get into now to create this kind of XR based applications. Like XR means I'm telling it could be an augmented reality, or it could be a mixed reality, or it could be a virtual reality. Any sort of 3 different technologies, right? 3 different way of conveying, like interacting with your peers or your world. We need certain things. To create such XR based application, we need first you need content, obviously. Content means it could be a 2D graphic elements or 2D animated data or a 3D data or your PDF or any sort of data. Could be content, can be. It's all about how you are going to give a content, how you are going to deliver a content. Content is the king here. Without the content and how you are giving, I mean, adding the aestheticness, without aestheticness, you cannot drive back or you cannot control the audience, or else they will like move on, like how people will in an Instagram vertical swipe. It's very tough for brands to retain, I mean, like make the user to stick to your content, or else if they get bored, immediately they'll swipe back. I mean, like they do a vertical scroll, right? So the same case here, the content is the king here. It's about how you're going to tell a story matters, and how you're going to make the user stick to your application. So that's where the first key component is the content. Revolving the content is the storytelling. So it's all come to the part of content. The next is authoring tool. We call as an authoring tool. Say for it could be any software. Think of like a software which used to create this kind of application. There are a lot of couple of tools which are leading tools in the market, which will go through one by one anyway. And third is software development kits or the frameworks which you use inside the software, authoring tool, along with the content to create an application. And once you build the application, you need something to experience, right? There comes the XR device. It could be a VR. If you built a VR-based application, you will load it on the VR-based device. If you build an augmented reality application, you can use your mobile phone like Android or iPhone. If you build an application for mixed reality, you can use, you can deploy it to MR devices like HoloLens, Magic Leap, Varjo, a lot of brands available in the market. It depends on the requirement. So these are the 4 key blocks, I would say key blocks required. Without this 4, you cannot build an application. Among these 4, the first one is matters a lot, because the storytelling, the content, how the quality, how you are. The more enriching the content is, you can able to impress the audience. So I think this slide gives you insights about how apps are developed. I'll move on to the next slide. Okay, this is a simple pipeline, I would say. The content, it could be a 2D, 3D, or audio, as I mentioned, and the framework. There is a set of libraries available who pioneers this technology. For it could be a Euphoria or Euphoria, AR Core, ARKit. I don't want to get into much detail. Maybe I can give an insights. Euphoria is an augmented reality engine, and AR Core is an augmented reality framework or engine, which is developed by Google. ARKit is controlled by Apple. And if it's for a virtual reality, then you have to import the respective framework. If it's for mixed reality for HoloLens, then you have to import the respective from libraries from Microsoft Store. If it's Magic Leap, then Magic Leap. If it's Pico, based on the hardware. Hardware is directly, closely connected with the software modules. The software modules has to be imported into your authoring tool of your choice. So in this case, I cannot mention all the tools which is available in the market. Currently, only the 2 tools control the world. One is Unity and it's Unreal. Especially Unity controls all the mobile-based low-power devices market mostly. Unreal is for high-end devices. If you're deploying it for PlayStation kind of games, or I'm not saying you cannot develop a AR or VR based application using Unreal, but most people will prefer to go with Unity comparative with Unreal. Unreal is meant for something different. If you want a high-end quality for ultra precision, then people will go. But obviously the learning curve is very steep. Say, for example, if you're learning the complete XR development as a production level in 1 year means Unreal will take a minimum 2 years to learn. So that's what I would say here. And once you develop the application, those applications will be you need to check it, right? So for that you need a hardware, as mentioned in the previous slides. I'm just giving an example of MetaQuest. So I am importing these respective modules and design my interfaces and placed 3D animations for everything, and I build and load it to this device. Basically, this device is basically a kind of Android-based operating system which is running, or most of the XR devices are running in Android operating system, except Apple ecosystem. Apple runs on iOS devices, and Microsoft, like obviously, Microsoft OS, the Windows OS. Once you develop, build, and load it, and you put on your headset, you can experience. That's all. This is a like 3-step process of developing a XR application. So let's just run through the couple of what kind of devices which is existing in the market now.
It's 2045.
Okay. I have not mentioned all the devices. One is like you can keep listing. I just listed what is actually in the market for certain period of time. Even I have not mentioned the Apple Vision Pro for some reasons. Maybe in the later stage, once Apple is on the mainstream, full-fledged development, I hope they'll be relaunching back the Apple Vision Pro in the next maybe 2026 or 7. So until then, only these people are, I would say. HoloLens current version is 2. It's a Microsoft product. If you want, I can show you how this works. I can show you. So this is coding for me. Because they are going to stop, and let me show you the development issues. Okay, this is how Microsoft HoloLens will look like. It's pretty much expensive. It doesn't suit for the end user. Approximately, it's coming around like $5,000. So this is HoloLens. If you want, I can show you the gallery of images. Hope this is clear. It's good actually. If you people have a opportunity to try it, please try it. Maybe I don't know when they're going to release the next version of HoloLens. Hope they will release it soon. And this is the Magic Leap, which I was mentioning. So Magic Leap is one nice product to see. Yeah, this is the image of Magic Leaps. I'm sorry, I don't know whether you can able to hear the sound. Maybe later on you people can go and check it if you really like to see what is this kind of hardware. Magic Leap has its own OS. lot of research kind of things, AEC, multiple sectors people are using HoloLens. It's lightweight than HoloLens, I would say. And this is one mixed reality. HoloLens is one mixed reality. And this is quite interesting, this Varjo. This Varjo is a headset which is started by an engineer who was ex Nokia. He was an ex Nokia employee who came out of Nokia when at the time of Nokia shutting the shop at the time, and he started launching this Varjo. This is one of the expensive XR headsets in the market, approximately around like $8,000, $7,000, I guess. I don't know the exact price, maybe, but it's ultra precision, and you can connect it with the IoT, and the best part is you can drive. Say, for example, they are trying to give a full car driving experience. So some sort of thing, simulator-based experience they're providing. Like companies like Volvo kind of things are using this kind of things. If you want a ultra precision quality, and Varjo is the only player which gives. And look at the industries they are using: training, simulation, it could be a research, medical, design, manufacturing, and it's not for the end customers. Like these technologies, I would say, still only for B2B kind of segments, not just for the retail segments like end user, where they can just use it and experience everything. And the next is, yes, the favorite, which everyone would have seen in shopping malls, cost-effective and economic version. I will move on to the Quest. I'll just work on Quest 3. Okay, Quest 3, it's a product of Meta, and which means like, as I mentioned, in 2010, it was, at the time, it was named as Quest Oculus. And once, few years before, I think post-COVID, I guess, they changed name from Oculus to Quest. Quest 1. Before it was Go, and then Quest 1, Quest 2, Quest 3 now, and very latest is Quest 3S. It's a very latest one. And you can play, generally this target audience is like end customers for playing VR based games. So it comes around like $299, $300 approximately in US. And there is a Ray-Ban. In association with Ray-Ban, they were trying to launch augmented reality, but it didn't take away. Now they are working on something called Project Orion, I think. With the name, yeah. So Orion, it's in the augmented reality segment also. This Meta is heading into it. So they are trying to launch a glass, something in this style, which is wearable and economic, and you can use it for 2D, and you can bring your virtual elements into glass. Basically, in next couple of 4 years or 5 years, we will stop slowly using the mobile phones. So mobile phones will be a powering elements for this kind of smart glasses. This is called the real smart glasses. Long back, we would have, we know about, there's something called, most people will know the word, it's Google Glass, right? And Google has launched this Google Glass, but there's no takeaway. It's basically a flop. This one, I tried this Google Glass. It's first time. I don't know what to use it. It was just a hardware. You have to develop your own application, and thanks to the technology evolvement, now see how this Meta has been evolved now, and how it's pitched. Just like a regular spectacle, you can interact. And the best part is you can do a multi-user collaboration. Maybe this video will give a information. Can you see there is one more person? He or she has been teleported, and it's been there in front, and you are interacting. So the possibilities are endless. It's up to the creators or developer community to build a solution. And this is how with this Metas, and this is something called Pico. And this is one company which most people will know. There is a product which we know, there is something called TikTok, right? It's a social media application. The TikTok's parent company name is ByteDance. ByteDance product, he's also focusing on this VR segment or MR segment. Their product name is Pico. This is also a nice product to experience. But there is some noise that Microsoft is going to take over this Pico in the coming year. There's some noise is going on for last 2 weeks. I'm not sure. Most likely, if Pico will, if Microsoft takes over the TikTok or ByteDance, the Pico will be a product for Microsoft to control this. To dominate this player. I don't know how the HoloLens, how they are going to position the HoloLens and how they are going to position the Pico 4. Meta's target audience is clear, which is purely into consumer segment. I hope by acquiring Pico 4, Microsoft too want to focus on this segment. This is what is this Pico 4? Current version is Pico 4. And there is another device called Vive, which most people will know, have heard of this company called HTC. It's long back, it is one of the best mobile phone, very long back. They are in the space for a very long time, like Meta. They do have a good product in the space, especially for enterprise segment and separate products and consumer segment, and a lot of things are there. And there is a lot of trackers, body trackers. If you want to do say for example, if you are a machine learning engineer, someone who wants to do some kind of research or any sort of trying to find a solution, you can use a tracker, which is Vive tracker. People call it as Vive tracker, base station tracker. It's basically this tracker will do a full body tracking where the user is, this kind of based application. You can do a lot of, you can use it for haptics or any sort of applications. So B2B, it's open. And eventually, actually it started for gaming based applications, but I don't know, a lot of engineers started using this Vive trackers for multiple industries. Even a lot of movie industries, people will use it for tracking the human elements moving towards the camera, or a lot of sort of things. Or it could be a haptics based research. A lot of things are available. Vive focused more towards enterprise community, and Pico also obviously. And you can do a lot of applications, training applications, safety based training, or soft skill communication training. It doesn't mean I'm not telling like only VR can support. Like Vive can support. You can use any sort of these hardwares to provide solution to your customers. It's based on the end customers. If it's enterprise customer, they can able to afford high-end headsets. If it's like a moderate or SME enterprises, not everyone can afford for a Magic Leap or the first row of it. First preference is go with Quest, and a bit higher, then go with Pico. And if you want a premium higher, then go with Vive. And apart from this, there is a lot of players in the market. Let's say, for example, there's a company called XReal. It's kind of sleek and it's beautiful, but the problem is it supports only the 2D, or you can watch video. It's lightweight, it's affordable. Maybe you can buy it like a glass. I think it's cheaper. See, can you see? It's just at $200. I'm not sure how the Indian segment is going to take it. It's in the market now, and you can develop a solution based on this. And each one's purpose is different. A lot of models are there. Based on your requirement, people can use. So this is one nice player. And there is one more company called, I think, Vuzix. Yeah, Vuzix. Vuzix is one more smart glass company. They provide industries like logistics or kind of things. People will use a lot of, it's more enterprise based. A lot of, let's say for connect, they are using the TeamViewer integration. You can give a remote support technician service by wearing this what these glasses. These people have a lot of headsets in the market. So based on the requirement, you can choose, which is more towards B2B community, not for the B2C or retail customers like which who targets someone like X-Ray. X-Ray is purely for end users who loves watching movie, entertainment, or play games, some sort of this. But if you're enterprise, and especially in the hard locations like mining, logistics, and supply chain, people will prefer to go with Vuzix. And I think they have a head mount shield. I think shield. I don't know the name. This is not. I think you can also integrate with Tremble and to build a solution, co-solution. And yeah, like similarly, there are a lot of other Chinese players are also in the market. I think Xiaomi is getting into the market, and a lot of players. Poco is going to get into the market, I guess. Poco XR glasses, I guess. Poco XR. Poco XR. I don't know what is the model number. That's it. It's opening. See, Poco is also getting into the market. See, all the major players who is into smartphone segment are putting their hands dirt in this segment. That's what I'm trying to convey here. So you also have to know that Samsung also heading into it. Samsung XR headset, new XR headset. Maybe I can show it. It's called Project Mohan. This is Samsung. So these are a couple of examples. Poco, Samsung, I don't have any video or something, maybe a prototype. I don't know when they're going to launch. In the last CES, they were announcing that they're going to launch this coming year. And this is all about the headsets. And I'll just move on to, I'll just give a comparison chart in which hardware, what is available, what is not available. Maybe MetaQuest is purely meant for mixed reality experience and virtual reality. HoloLens 2, it's pure mixed reality. Magic Leap, mixed reality. Warjo, mixed reality. HTC Vive Lite, MR and VR. Pico 4, MR, VR. Android, obviously regular mobile phones. This is where the first started, right? So it has only augmented reality. But you can build a VR. Maybe you would have heard about this long back. There's something called VR cardboard box. Most people would know, I think. Google has this cardboard box. Using this cardboard box, you can insert your mobile phone into this cardboard box like this, and you can experience. But it's just a 3 DOF, not a 6 DOF experience. Like a degree of freedom. Okay. So this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not listing all the headsets. I'm just trying to list. But if you have a look at this comparative chart, if you note it, most all the headset or manufacturers, the brands are heading towards this mixed reality. This is where the world is going to converge. When long back in 2010, the time only AR was there. Before 10, like 8 or 9. And then slowly Meta was getting into the VR part, and a lot of VR noises are happening. Maybe over the time, everything will be mixed reality. Still, even though Apple's Vision Pro entries is not much successful, but definitely Apple will create a different ecosystem for mixed reality. So once at a time, maybe in a couple of years, once this edge computing, as I mentioned, 5G or 6G evolves, the streaming data will be cost effective, and obviously mixed reality will take the center stage. So these are certain tools, I would say. I mentioned this is Unity, as I mentioned. The first one is RT3D engines. RT3D means real-time 3D engines. A lot of engines are there. I just mentioned one or two, and there is one more is getting picked up. There's something called Godot. It's an engine. It's an open source. But these two are the players who control this XR market, especially XR and gaming or anything. So Unity, most people, I assume they know the two software. This is Unity. Using this Unity, you can develop any sort of game or robotics-based solutions. Connect. You can even if you have, you can bring in your machine learning data set, and you can do a training for animation, training the animation or anything, any sort of things, simulation-based solution. And finally, you can take it to the AR or VR or MR based experience. Even you can connect your IoT data with real-time service providers like AWS or Microsoft cloud provider, any cloud providers. This is one. And I'm just closing. I think my machine is getting slow. And this is Unreal. I think more people would have heard the word, there is a noise, like there is a game, right? PUBG. So this is the engine which is behind the PUBG game. It was, they are the one who controls. If you want ultra quality, amazing quality, then nobody can beat the Unreal's quality. It could be a game or anything. Most current generation movies, visual effects are we call it as a virtual production, a different terminology. They use Unreal Engine, and if for most architectural, high quality architectural visualization, people will use. I'll just show you some architectural something samples. The best part is you can connect it with GIS data. I mean, like from OpenStreetMaps or any other sort of data, you can do these kind of all sort of architectural visualization. So this is one engine if their background is from architectural or engineering or construction. Core engineers I'm talking about. I would suggest them to closely take a look at Unreal on how they can build a simulation or any sort of data visualization and build your own solution based on your requirement. And there is, if you are from background is from web technology, and there is tools are there. There's a company called ATAL, and this is, they are doing good just by using your HTML, CSS, JavaScript skills, and you can do a no code. I mean, like a drag and drop. You can just build an application like this. Just take a look at this video. It's a drag and drop, place it and deploy into your mobile phone, and you can share it. You can share it. Maybe if you have a time, there are a lot of samples here in the eighth wall. You don't need a coding skills. Suppose if you want to teach any kind of simple, if you want to tell a AR-based story to your students, if you are from faculty background, you can just drag and drop, use a free asset, and use it, build, and show the sample to the students or any learner community. So it was doing good in the web segment, but still, you cannot build a exceptional high quality application, like how you can build using this tool. Obviously, you are the one who controls the market, and eighth wall is for web. But this eighth wall, web AR cannot beat this real-time native performance. And there is one more, it's good. I like this one also, Zap AR. There's a company called Zap AR. And using this, you can build any sort of application. This is also, you can use your web skills or C hash. Based on your language skills, you can use, I mean, like not Python support, web technology skills. I mean, like main web, like JavaScript or TypeScript. It's all purely running in JavaScript's 3JS framework, most web-based applications. And we all know there is Adobe as one of the major player who controls, I mean, like who pioneers and major decision maker in the creative space community. So they have their own product called Adobe Arrow, which is free. You can create an application. If you people have an iOS application, you can just just install an Adobe Arrow application and you try to place in any augmented reality application in your home space. And you can just play around with primitive objects like cube and take a photo of you and try to place it in the thin air and see. I'll just see if I can play this video. Sorry, my network is. The best part is you can just bring the Google Maps data into this Adobe Arrow software, which is free. You can download and install in your desktop or something. And once you publish it, take your mobile phone and go to the geolocation, especially the particular location where you place it. Yes.
Going somewhere.
Yes. Sorry, I think someone has interfered. It's okay. Okay, that is how Adobe Arrow, you can use Adobe Arrow to create some kind of AR-based filters and those kind of things. And there is some, if you are into social media, so we all would have heard of filters, right? Face filters. People have used lipstick or hair coloring or those kind of. That is also a part. It's a one type of augmented reality. It's a face-based augmented reality. And there are two companies which controls. One is obviously Meta, who is ruling this Facebook and Instagram. But I don't know, like very recently they announced that they are closing this Meta Park studio, and I don't know whether they might come up with some other solutions. And this is Lens Studio. Lens is like a product of Snapchat. There's one more augmented reality player who controls for the B2C segment. Hope this video is clear. So if you are from the creative and who want to do a B2B kind of things, you can build these kind of effects and you can sell it and you can monetize and you can also make money. If the more people use filters, it's kind of branding and kind of things, right? It's easy. You can use this to develop and kit and code. They are providing the data set. You can do a machine learning stuff along with this. It's a lot of things that you can do, play with Snapchat. If you want, if your segment is focused on B2C, I would suggest focus on Snapchat. One is monetization is huge compared to Facebook. And the second reason is even though Snapchat audience is very less in India, but real users are from the West. And there is a couple of other players are there. Maybe there is one more company called, I'll show you. There's a Banuba, I think. Banuba. This is a great company. I love it. Maybe if you have a time, you can do a free trial. You can check the free trial. You can play around. You can, I mean, like virtual try on like lipstick and hair coloring, eyelash testing. So the lot of products. If you see any most products which is selling in L'Oreal or kind of things, no, they are the back end engine, right? Mostly they use Banuba. Yeah, TikTok mostly majorly uses this one. There are a lot of games based out of it. It's premium, and it's nice. Can you see this hair color and see? If you want to try, maybe you can try it online. Someone should try it. It's amazing. If I try it, maybe I don't know. Color. I can play if it's detect. Can you see? I think people can understand what I'm saying. So we can wear head wearing. Hope I'm not so funny here. I'm just trying to give a what's possibilities in this tech. Set, which basically head my forward detection, and once the detection is complete using ML, and automatically the virtual object is placed. Basically, the two things are happening. One is like a detection. Second is like a tracking. For tracking, couple of algorithms are used like SLAM, simultaneous localization, and couple of I don't know the core algorithms. I'm not getting into it. And makeup, face, lips, and eye, you can use it. This one you can just play around and see what is possible. Just to understand about tech possibilities, especially into B2C segments. So I'm closing it. And next is some use case I'm trying to show you, like, and how a gaming kind of samples I'll just try to play. I'm not using internal things because due to the strong NDA, I cannot show all the any kind of activities, because I work with only few clients in US, and especially related all are related to the defense research. So I'm just playing around what is available freely. So I don't know noise is coming or not. This is an example for a gaming segment. This Niantic Labs is the company which the first game, the Pokemon game, which I mentioned, right? The second product is this particular game. This is one doing good, and sorry. And one more, this is an example. Gaming. These things I don't want. I think I don't want to play the full game and show you. A lot of other things are there to show. And this is one maybe for education. This is one thing which I can tell you how it's used in chemistry lab kind of things. Labster. Maybe you can go and check it. If you people can note it down, or maybe anyway, I'll be sharing the slides later on to browser. you can understand how what is the possibilities the people are doing. Maybe you can think in your perspective how this technology can be implemented in your use cases based, I mean, like a professional or your degree or I don't know. This is one product which we created in 2016. We built it, and it's just for kids. Not focused on it.
Rhinoceros.
This is one for education, and this one is like it's interesting one how Accenture has worked with. There's a company called Touch Surgery, and they try to do a multi-user surgery-based kind of research kind of thing. Just a virtual learning. This is an example for virtual surgery, healthcare. And oh, sorry, this is Accenture's one, real one. Extended version of this.
Every day, surgeons rely on information from X-rays, CT scans, and same records could easily appear right in front of the surgeon's eyes without taking their hands or their attention away from the surgical field. Now imagine if those images could be used to create 3D models that allow the surgeon to determine the best techniques to maximize patient outcomes. This is all possible with a new augmented reality solution that utilizes the Microsoft HoloLens to support surgical procedures. Latin America's first surgical procedure utilizing see-through holographic lenses was performed successfully by the renowned orthopedic surgeon, Dr. Abraham Del Real. This system was developed through a bold partnership between Accenture, Sky Group, and Christus Health Excellence and Innovation Center. Since the procedures and the press coverage of its success, there has been a surge in requests from patients, surgeons, and hospital systems, and plans are underway to expand throughout the Americas. It is one of the many ways Accenture is using augmented reality to transform the ways we work and live.
So this is Accenture, and this is it's about digital twin. I just play, maybe you can get an idea. It's about the topic is about how the game engines can nowadays are used to build a digital twin based solutions. Even though it's not directly connected to the AR or VR, but it's a next step towards Industry 4.0. I just play it. Maybe you should watch. It's an important one to watch. It's a real one, which is implemented. I think sport of I think in Norway, I guess. you take a look at this, they just connected they digitized the complete port, and they connected the IoT data and the computer vision data and whatever the inventory of data of the port and to the virtual model, and they try to build a digital twin solution. That is the best part of it. It connects with the geospatial data. Right, I think internet. It's about the predictive analytics part, how it's create. I mean, like helping the port team in the operational planning and using the simulation. It's doing a predictive analysis. So sorry, due to the time constraint, I have to move on to the next one. So, and this is one important thing about automotive transportation.
I love video games.
But how
I learned how
I
to
think
program a
Volvo's
game
demo.
by myself because that was my dream job. And I was using Unity as my game. And now we are changing the automotive industry.
I heard of Unity real-time tools. When was the first time?
Video games. It was amazing. Like, that's super powerful. Now we're pushing different industries in the non-gaming sector. The automotive industry is quite advanced in using real-time 3D. Now we can use a game engine to put the whole car together and being able to collaborate together. At Volvo Cars, we're challenging the current processes and pushing the boundaries together for the future. Yeah. I'm Timmy Guro, and I'm leading virtual experiences at Volvo Cars in Gothenburg, Sweden. The guiding
So this will go for a while. So due to the time constraints, I'm just winding it up. Maybe one or two. I'll just play a few seconds of videos. It's about how then the solar industry, how to do a sun study before erecting a solar manufacturing plant. I mean solar erection plant. You can use the same combined geospatial data and with the 3D models. You can do a sun study and understand how this works. Aerospace is one important one. It's about safety training, military safety, about everything. It's about maintenance and behavior analysis. Medical training. So something similar, like you can do a number of applications. It's all about the identifying the problem statement and finding a solution and deploying to the respective hardwares and providing solutions. and it's just XR career opportunities. It's like how the market is running since 2019, and it's more towards a B2B segment, not on the B2C kind of solutions I'm mentioning. And I don't have a time to do a quick run through of this app. I thought of giving, if I had got a time, I would have run through how this quickly in 30 minutes, how to build an augmented reality. I'm going to show you. So I'm sorry. If you want to check it, and you can download, you can scan this code, and or you can search for Animal AR app in the Play Store and see how if you people don't have any experience in what is augmented reality. If you want to check it and touch and interact, you can check this one. And that's it. If you have any queries, I'm happy to answer you people. Sorry, I'm not from academic background. I'm purely from production. So I'll talk only of the production perspective. I'm happy to answer if you have any queries.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you kindly say little, few problem statements for students for solving as academic year projects?
Academic year projects. Could you brief it, ma'am? In our academy, the lot of students who's from, I'll tell my perspective. BSc, mostly from BSc and BE computer science kind of students. I'm based out of right now in Thrissur, Kerala. So who are students from across here, they generally, frankly, they want to do their projects as usual in the mostly 90% to will go to prefer to go with existing any sort of machine learning one. The problem here is, first of all, student doesn't have a knowledge about what is technology and what is it into it, and they do have a problem of thinking that what if I do this project, will I get a job or not? They don't have any connection. According to them, they know only thing is, I want to do a project in Python. Or somebody will mention, I want to do a project in machine learning. Very rarely people will say, I want to do a project in web project also here. I don't know, based on the trends, patterns I'm seeing across, mostly in Kerala, wherever I traveled, in Tamil Nadu also same, and Karnataka, few other areas. And what we will generally do is, we will just do a orientation session of what we will do is, we will just go to the college and we will do a 1 hour kind of orientation session about the what is this technology is about, and give an eye opening to them. And once they are clarity, then they will come to know that, oh, we can do projects in this kind of scenarios also. And they will try to come up with a concept. Once they come up with a concept, and we will do a cross validation analysis whether it is possible or not within the time span. So for that, we will tell them to either to undertake a course, or upskill. We will provide as a part of this course, as a part of this project. Like a course with project kind of things. It's not just like a plug and play, go and do go and search in Python or use LLM ChatGPTs and put it and build. It's not possible. It's about story writing, and it's all basically it's about the creative and technologies that blend, marry each other. Only you can be able to build the solutions. So once you give that such orientation, and definitely they can come up with their concepts. Like concepts means problem statements. And we have seen a couple of good projects they have done, especially the problem statement. In our cases, we have given the problem statement based on what our clients has. Let's say I work with IT Madras for a certain period of time in consulting for AR/VR. During the time, because of this connects, the lot of things they keep posting based on the real industry needs. They'll ask if there is anyone who already has a pre-built solution or something. So what we'll do is, we will take the essence from there and put that to the students community with the help of college. And among the students, if there is a takeaway that, okay, if they're ready to take it as a project and do it for 6 months, or during the last sem, like 6th sem or something, we will start it by the November, December itself, and it will move on till the April or May. And definitely they have to spend consistent amount of time. Only if that we will accept them, and then we will try to finish it as a prototype level. So one is building a prototype is for us, and second is it will be a great learning experience for them too. And if they are really okay, then either we'll hire them, optional. It's very rare. I'm not committing anything here. And if so, I'll put it across to the client side, especially we work with B2B kind of communities. I mean, especially engineering, manufacturing, and kind of entities who really wants employees in-house. So if we have kind of resource with some basic knowledge of those industry knowledge, uh, we will put them into it. So that's how we select and we will rise. Yes, sir. Thank you. Janardhan, sir, please.
Sir,
Uh,
good evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, good evening, sir. This is Janardhan Reddy.
Yes.
Sir, is digital twins and holographic images both are same or
No, sir.
different?
Digital twin is like a completely different thing. Say twin. Say for example, if you're a college building, think of like a. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's from your industry or academic background. I hope it's academic.
Academic data.
Okay, if you have a college building, if you convert this complete building into a 3D data, and you can in real time you can control everything. Say for example, if you want to turn off a light, just by getting into the virtual world, you can turn off the particular light. You can turn off the motor. How? You can connect the IoT data, right? How you are going to the particular classroom in the real virtual world, that's using the 3D. It's a digital twin. I'm telling you a simple example, but think about the industry perspective as a factory or something. The use case will be enormous, right? Huge potential. Say, for example, I don't know, COVID, one use case, I'll tell you one example. I think near Vijayawada, I don't know, somewhere, there is a boiler plant got exploded like few years during the post-COVID. I think there are certain things you cannot turn off, right? And after starting the plant back, I think some explode happened, couple of people, I think there is a life death do happen. Think of like if you are building a digital twin version of the boiler plant without getting into the hazardous location, you can control virtually just putting into the headset. The only thing is you have to digitize the complete plant using the professional 3D scanners, which is currently available. So that is the major role of digital twin. So basically, we're making the operational, if improving the operational efficiency using the virtual, technologies. You don't want to physically go and do everything. Suppose you are having 10 different plants, manufacturing plants, you have MD of plant or a plant head. You don't want to travel physically. It's everything will be in your eyes, bird's eye view point of view. If you want to get into Vijayawada plant, you can get into it. If you want to get into Bangalore, you can get into it. And you can talk to, the best part is every single employees, everything data is digitized. Think of like, not just I'm talking about the physical objects, including the human. If we digitize you and you will be talking, whatever you talk in your Zoom call, your avatar will basically interact with my avatar in some other virtual world. It means like as if we both will be talking in the office, but we won't be in the office. Like, the plant in this case. So the power of digital twin is huge. It's a convergence of AR, VR, or any sort of things. IoT, robotics, even. So robotic simulation I'm talking about. So,
Holographic images are also
holographic is different. Holographic is basically you are, say for example, if I have digitized your avatar, okay, you have a 3D model of you and you want to talk to me or I want to talk to you. Let's say I'm in Kerala now. Now it's 9:30. I want to talk to you by seeing you. What we do generally, we'll do a Zoom meet and switch on the video call. Instead of that, let's say we both of us, okay, think like we both of us want to discuss about a chemical bond or something, how the bonding happens between the two molecules or something. How we do, either we will discuss and we will draw it in the scratch board in Google Meet or something, and we'll explain, right? Instead of that, think of like I'm wearing my mixed reality headset and you are also wearing, your avatar will come in front of me and as if we both will be talking and I will get teleported to your location. So you will feel like you will talking to me on real time, but everything happens on real time only. Only the avatars are talking. That avatar means that avatar into your space. It's basically a terminology people use as holographic. It's a virtual. That's it. That's a holographic. Yes.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
I have a question. Like with the OpenAI, it is trending or booming now. So with that, so like when we give any image or anything, it gives the complete description about that image, like what is there in that, all those things, right? So now in AR also, so like when we have some applications, like for example, the example what you have given only, like so Taj Mahal, it gives us all the information about Taj Mahal, so like that. So when we have this OpenAI, so what is the future scope for AR or VR? So for these things.
Okay, think of, ma'am, like say for example, I'm using the same mobile phone. I'm taking a look at the same Taj Mahal into 2025 based on the LLMs currently trained. I mean like RAG or something. The world is moving towards RAG and agentic, right? So think of like based on my previous data, history of my searches in my mobile phone and my history of my searches in my OpenAI or DeepSeek or anything. Let's keep for a narrow down to OpenAI, for example.
Yeah.
I'll connect my OpenAI to the AR application. I'm seeing this Taj Mahal, and based on the real data in this 2025, if I'm seeing this one, OpenAI can give enormous data on the recent data about what's happened from history to end today. Say, for example, what happened, if there is any mishap happened. If I want to, it can also tell. Think of like you are keeping a NPC. I mean, like I won't say NPC. I mean, like let's say you would have seen, no, in the tourist spots, there is a guides, you'll be there. They'll be telling you, pay us, we will take you explain. Think of like a real time, the AI guide, virtual guide will help you explain you like a regular human talking in real time based on the question, based on the weather condition, based on your expression. Think of like nowadays it's able to understand what your expression is based on your expression. If you're sweat or if you're feeling disgusting, immediately the avatar will interact. Oh, ma'am, what are you feeling like? Is it like sunny? Do you want to take a break? And it's like a friendly communication. So those kind of things are, this emotional can be possible only with this kind of AI based stuff. If you want to pop up the real any information I overlaid, I mean text information also possible, voice also possible, and connected to the avatar and avatar emotionally talking to you also possible. I'm telling in the perspective of you are wearing a smart glass.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, in the near future.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions? You have any questions, or else we can.
I think no questions from the participants, sir.
Thank you. Maybe it's
Thank you, sir,
late.
for your insightful sessions on evolutionary impact on AR/VR. I think this session we explored on AR/VR's progress from Apple's AR focus to cloud-powered streaming, and we have a key insights on Google's 2018 entry, and few key highlights like the Taj Mahal collision detection demo and discussions on Unity and Real Engine, HoloLens, and Vive trackers. AR/VR's growing impact on entrepreneur technology was eye-opening. Hope today's discussion were valuable and inspiring. We look forward for your continued learning and future collaborations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I would also like to thank all the participants for your active engagement. I now request all the participants to turn on your videos for a group photo. Thank you all. Tomorrow, we'll explore AI-driven immersive experiences with two distinguished international speakers. One is Dr. Azadi Srinivasalu from University of Newcastle, Australia. And the second resource person is Dr. Rajarmani Tinakaran from INTI International University, Malaysia. So, we'll see you all tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thank you one and all. And please join us for some other insightful sessions. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.